folksy rhetoric from Dan Rather than the President of the United States. But in the instance about the explosion in the hospital, he doesn't seem to be shooting off the hip there. He's saying that there's a specific intelligence shown to him, not by the Israelis, by the Pentagon. By the Defense Department, which makes this slightly different. The sort of off-the-cuff statement he made about the babies, that was a very, very ill-conceived thing for a man who, let's not forget, prides himself at being a world statesman, prides himself at having been in the weeds of foreign policy for 4 decades.
Well, he was talking today about standing with Golda Meir, which I thought was pretty impressive in a call back to 1973. What did you think about the speech?
I like the speech. I thought it was as you say, passionate, well written, and well delivered. But I don't think anybody in Israel was in any doubt that the President of the United States was behind them. We can discuss whether it's worth him saying it one more time and whether it carries more impact if he says it in Jerusalem rather than says it from the Oval Office. Perhaps it does. But there's another constituency, another audience in the Middle East that he needed to speak to, an audience that is sort of enraged at the moment, that for whom that speech would have gone down like a lead balloon. Again, I say this, the king of Jordan, the president of Egypt, recipients of enormous amounts of American aid, 2 of the most important non-NATO allies of the United States, blowing off the president of the United States. That's very, very bad news.
So how should we take this? How should the president take it? I mean, I agree. It sounds, I can't remember that ever happening. So what does that really tell you?
Well, that tells me that the Arab street, the mythical, sometimes mythical Arab street, in this case real, is mad as hell, and even their rulers, not necessarily elected rulers, are frightened of going against the street. No matter how much evidence the United States and Israel put forward, I can't imagine the king of Jordan or the president of Egypt standing before cameras and saying, "Oh, we got it wrong. Sorry, folks. It was Hamas or Islamic Jihad that did this. It was not the Israelis." I don't think that they will run against the opinion of their people, even when that opinion is wrong. Now, what Biden has done since those opening remarks, he's done the right things. He's sort of lent into this idea of forcing the Israelis to allow humanitarian aid to get to Gaza. That was very, very important. Now, that would have been much more striking if he had made that announcement with King Abdullah and President Sisi standing on either side of him. Okay, that photo op didn't happen. But if he can continue to hold the Israelis to this, allowing humanitarian supplies, making a greater effort not to hit civilian targets, maybe holding back on that ground offensive that they've been preparing for, then his trip will not have been entirely wasted.
I wonder what when I see these, I can understand the tragedies of any helpless woman or children or men for that matter, being killed, civilians being killed in acts of terrorism or acts of war. But I have to question when I see the protests against Israel in the Middle East and here on college campuses, whether or not these people saw what Hamas did last Saturday. I mean, the president repeated it, and it shouldn't be forgotten. They came out and killed in very brutal ways kids dancing at a peace festival. Yeah. Went into a kibbutz. They killed parents in front of their children. They killed children in front of parents. There are reports of rape, and as the president did say, beheadings and burning people alive. Did no one see this?
No, they did. And
how could you justify protesting against the retaliation for that act?
I wrote a piece about this on Monday. Last Monday. Sorry, Monday before, not this Monday, last Monday. Making this exact point that Hamas in those early days after that terrorist attack had lost the international war of images. That that nobody could any longer pretend that Hamas was a legitimate resistance group, that this was terrorism pure and simple, and the people who did this were terrorists pure and simple. And I have to say that for a New York minute, it really did shock the Arab world. And there was, it's hard to think back even to a few days back because so much has happened since then. But there was a moment of pause, a sharp intake of breath. If you've covered the Middle East as long as I have, it was a really, really important moment. And then it passed. This is the nature of war. It's the nature of war of images just as much as is the nature of real war.
Especially in a 24-hour news cycle. And
in a fog. This sort of thing will happen over and over again. There'll be a fresh image, that'll grab attention, then that attention will sort of go away, another fresh image, and that'll grab attention. Right now, all the images are coming out of Gaza, and that's where attention and anger is focused.
And the next ones presumably will happen when we do in fact get a Israeli movement, whether they attack, go and send in troops, that's when we'll get those images as well. Bobby, thank you so much once again for joining us. Bobby Ghosh, he's the editor of Bloomberg Opinion. We really appreciate getting some of his time here. Again, his columns, I highly recommend them. Set an alert like I did on the Bloomberg terminal, and then you won't miss them. You go to bloomberg.com/opinion, and that's where you get the good work of our opinion columnists for Bloomberg Opinion. Just outstanding work across the board. I can't say enough about our Bloomberg Opinion folks there. Looking at the markets, S&P 500 still down about 0.8%, kind of plumbing the lows of the day. NASDAQ off also about 0.8%. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now with Lisa Mateo.
Wyndham Hotels and Resorts rejected a takeover offer from Choice Hotels, calling it too risky and too low. But earlier, right here on Bloomberg Markets, Patrick Pacious, the CEO of Choice Hotels, said it's not over just yet.
We're pretty determined to re-engage. We really want to make that happen. We think it's the right thing for everybody, for the franchisees, the shareholders, the associates, and the guests that are out there. It really provides a nice premier hotel platform for that value-driven leisure and business traveler that doesn't exist today. And we think together we can create something pretty exciting. So we're simply asking the other side to re-engage with us and let's move the ball forward.
Right now, Choice shares are down about 1%, Wyndham down about 1.5%. And Adidas boosted its guidance for a second time in 3 months. Sales of more Yeezy sneakers from its canceled partnership with the rapper Ye helped, along with better demand for other models. But the buzz has faded. Shares right now, they are lower, down about 2%. And here's a question for you. Would you pay a fee to have an account on X? Well, the company formerly known as Twitter, they're testing it out. Here's Bloomberg's Steve Potisk with more.
The proposed fee wouldn't exactly break the bank. The plan is to charge $1 per year for new accounts that want to post or interact with other users by liking, replying, or bookmarking. X is testing the plan first in New Zealand and the Philippines. Elon Musk says the goal is to reduce spam, automated bot accounts, and manipulation of the service. In fact, the test is called Not a Bot.
Now, existing users would not be affected by this trial. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. We'll have more Bloomberg Markets in just a bit. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 12:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower, pretty close to session lows. Investors watching the drama over Republican efforts to try to elect a House Speaker. Also, the Israeli-Hamas war in the Middle East is a big focal point. And we'll talk to Fed Chair Jay Powell tomorrow. Our David Weston will be sitting down with Powell at the Economic Club of New York. We'll be tracking all those developments for you. The Fed also very much on investors' minds. And Nicholas Colas, co-founder over at Data Trek Research, says the Mideast war could really tilt the Fed in the wrong direction at the next meeting when it wraps up November 1st.
It should be on the table, but I doubt the Federal Reserve is going to want to raise rates during heightened geopolitical tension. Okay. It's just not its track record. So I think they're going to lay off, but the market's saying maybe that's a mistake.
And Cullis with us there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Stocks, as I mentioned, are lower. The Dow now down 0.7 of a point. That's 247 points. The S&P 500 down 0.9%, down 41 points. The NASDAQ down just about 1% now, 132 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.91%. That is the highest yield on the 10-year since at least 2007. That was a long time ago. Lots happened since then. We are looking at 4.91% on that yield on the 10-year. Spot gold right now, it is higher, up more than 1.2%, $19.47 an ounce. NYMEX crude, it's also higher, better by 1.4%, up at $87.86 a barrel right now. Morgan Stanley shares, they are plunging the most since 2020 of June. The firm's deal makers posting the biggest drop in fees on Wall Street, and its wealth management unit had the lowest inflows, guys, in more than 3 years. Investment banking revenue slid 27%, and the fixed income trading business that slumped, leading to a drop in profit. And that, guys, is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise Pellegrini, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Just looking at some of the news going across here. MSNBC reporting Jim Jordan appears to lose second speaker vote. We're looking at some of the vote totals now. 58 for Hakeem Jeffries, 57 for Jim Jordan, and the dreaded other is now at 8.
Oh, yeah, we show the House roll call. I mean, yes. We can see it. You know, yes. It's being streamed live from Congress. So, right. At this point, we've reached a state where the only way Jim Jordan can become Speaker of the House in this vote is if some Democratic congressmen vote for Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House.
Right.
Which is terribly unlikely to happen.
Right.
You know, if I were in charge of flashing these headlines, I would have already flashed a red-hot sticky. This is it for Jim Jordan in this vote.
You want to run this whole place, don't you?
I would like to, yeah. Not just this place, you know. I would like to be in charge of the world.
Oh, okay. Very good. We'll see how that goes. All right. So
you know what I would do?
What?
No more double parking in New York City.
How about the triple parking?
I would get rid of that for sure, you know? I don't think I would allow any non-commercial parking in the first row, and definitely no double parking allowed.
You're just all
Forget
over
about
this
it.
stuff. All right, very good. Well, go walk up to 3rd Avenue and tell me what you think here in Midtown. All right, let's get to these markets here. We're going to sell off a little bit here. The S&P off about 0.9%. Karen Pay joins us. She's head of portfolio management and equities for Fiduciary Trust International. Karen, here I guess is probably the simple question: can equities perform with rates where they are today?
Sure, Paul. So we've seen actually the pressure of higher rates already having its impact on equities. We've seen a rotation in equities. We've seen a correction and a pullback in valuations. So, you know, for most of the year, the rally that we've seen in equities has been multiple expansion on the heels or on the back of, you know, the market's expectation that at some point the Fed's hiking cycle would come to an end. So with rates moving ever higher recently, 10-year bond yields today hit 4.9%. I think that's certainly weighing on equity valuations and putting some pressure there.
What do you think we're going to see with yields going forward? I mean, I've heard an increasing number of people, including Stephen Major, talk about the fact that huge debts and deficits previously haven't moved the market, not since, you know, the 1980s. But we're seeing that happen now. Do you agree?
Yes, I do think that some of the concerns about debt levels overall and just the size of the balance sheet. Plus, I think the geopolitical unrest across the world, as well as what's going on in Washington, isn't helping sentiment. So there's definitely a little bit more concern about just the health of Treasuries overall.
But is it fair to say when you see rates go up like this, especially at the long end, that's no bueno for equities?
That's correct. I do think that is something that when we're investing in equities, we want to be compensated for risk, right? So investors need to feel like they're getting good value relative to other investments. So with higher bond yields, it just makes it more challenging for equities. So you've got the equity risk premium currently at low levels, meaning that investors aren't really getting compensated to take risks. The equity risk premium is actually below its 10-year average and below the 30-year average at less than 2%.
So, all right, there's not that risk reward is not that attractive in the U.S. equity markets. How about global markets? When you guys look outside the U.S., what do you see?
It's similar in terms of the relative valuation to fixed income. I would say that with respect to U.S. versus international, the outlook for the U.S. economy is still better than international. Yeah. And so from that standpoint, we would still favor U.S. over international, just given that, the economic growth outlook for Europe as well as the EM isn't as strong as the U.S.
All right, we're just starting to really get into the meat of the earnings cycle here. We've had some of the banks over the past few days. Just in terms of across the board, what are you looking for this earnings season? What are you paying most attention to?
Sure. Yes, that's critical. I think certainly rates have been dominant, but corporate earnings, which for 2023, the expectation is that we are seeing a flat earnings year. For this third quarter, there is an expectation that perhaps the decline in earnings growth would be troughing. And the markets are looking out into 2024, as Paul, I think you're alluding to. I think that there's a lot of weight that's probably being put on technology stocks delivering on earnings. Certainly, as we head into this week, some big earnings coming out from key companies. And I think that with the large cap tech stocks having contributed so much to the rally this year, that so much is sort of weighing on these companies in terms of their earnings and what they're going to say. I think we've gotten some color from the chip companies that things aren't quite as rosy as people might expect. And I do think that the current outlook for an 11% growth rate for next year is going to be tough to achieve. I think they're a bit optimistic at this point, especially as we're seeing, perhaps a higher level of inflation than what was previously expected, given what's going on in the Middle East.
I wonder if you think that we're going to be able to get inflation under control here, or if we're going to see a resurgence. I mean, the growth numbers that we've seen have been tremendous, right? For the third quarter, I think Atlanta is now forecasting 5.4%, and we're hearing 5% forecast from some of the big banks on Wall Street for the fourth quarter.
Sure. I do think that is something that's a little bit harder to predict at this point, because energy prices seems to be more of a wild card at this point. And although energy prices are typically, the headline inflation numbers, and the Fed, as well as most people would look at core, at some point, energy prices do feed into core prices. And so it does make it a little bit more challenging for the Fed right now in terms of its fight or battle against inflation. And I do think that perhaps that's adding to some of the pressure on equities recently, is the worry that maybe perhaps the Fed may not be done, although, the odds are, and markets are pricing in probably, not an increase in November. But I think it's a question.
Right. A lot of folks say in this market, you have to be defensive. What does defensive mean for you?
Sure. So we look at it from both an asset allocation standpoint as well as, how we're positioning our equities. So from an asset allocation standpoint, we are more defensively positioned in the sense that we're slightly underweight equities here. given where valuations are, we don't think the risk reward is that compelling in the face of a slowdown in the economy. We are actually modestly overweight fixed income at this point, given the higher yield environment, that there is better value in fixed income than certainly a year ago. So it is, from that standpoint, de-risking portfolios a little bit, taking some profits here makes sense, and having an overweight to cash or other alternatives makes sense to us. From an equity standpoint, favoring U.S. over international, and also favoring large cap over small cap. And then from a sector positioning standpoint, we are favoring more of the defensive sectors, which in our mind would be consumer staples and actually some healthcare as well as utilities. But we're also looking at the standpoint that these are dividend growth parts of the market that we like.
Yep. Are you not worried about Wegovy and Ozempic hurting consumer staples and healthcare stocks?
Well, I do think that those can come into play and certainly create volatility in the markets and for certain stocks. Without going into specific stocks, I do think that as a strategy, dividend yielding stocks here, dividend growth stocks, are significantly undervalued. And so this is something that I mentioned the last time I was here. I think over the last few weeks, that strategy has actually picked up some momentum.
Karen Pei, thank you so much for joining us. Karen Pei, she's the head of portfolio management and equities for Fiduciary Trust International. S&P 500 off 0.9%. Coming up, we're going to get some more. But right now, we're going to go to world and national news with Steve Rappaport.
Paul, Matt, the second try is not the charm for Congressman Jim Jordan, as he once again lacks the necessary votes to become House Speaker. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter has more on what happened in Jordan's first attempt.
The first-round vote was an unmistakable rebuff. He lost much worse than Kevin McCarthy did in his voting rounds. He will need to flip 16 votes to gain the gavel. Jordan has been working the phones, but the objections being expressed are the fears of how he will govern and ties with Donald Trump. As well, some members who voted for him on the first round only agreed on that one ballot. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
Thanks, Ed. Some Republicans who refuse to back Jordan argue he's too extreme to lead the GOP. Others are still upset about the ouster of McCarthy from the Speaker's chair. President Biden visited Israel today, reaffirming America's support for the war with Hamas.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone. You are not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone.
The president condemned the terror group, noting its unprecedented attack brings up painful memories for the people of Israel.
The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
The president was scheduled to travel to Jordan to participate in a summit with Palestinian, Egyptian, and Jordanian leaders. But yesterday's explosion at a hospital in Gaza led Jordan to call off that summit. Hamas says more than 500 people were killed and blamed Israel for the blast. Israel says a misfired Palestinian rocket was the cause. And the prime suspect in the 2005 disappearance of Natalie Holloway pleads guilty to defrauding and extorting her family. Holloway's body was never found. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 12:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower, more drama in the House, more uncertainty about who the next House Speaker will be. Investors watching this very closely. Jim Jordan on track to lose the vote now to be Republican Speaker for the House. Also, the Israeli-Hamas war exacting a huge human toll and also hurting market sentiment. Ben Laidler, global market strategist over at eToro, blaming the negativity on global tension.
Anytime you see rising economic and geopolitical uncertainty, which is what we're seeing now, that is bad for markets. It saps investor confidence, it saps company confidence, and we're just bad at pricing it.
And Laidler there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. The Dow right now, it is down 0.7%, down 230 points. The S&P 500 down 1%, 42 points. And the NASDAQ down 1.1%, 149 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.91%, highest since 2007. COMEX Gold and NYMEX crude, they are both higher. United Airlines shares down more than 8% after warning that the Middle East war is taking a toll, as well as higher oil costs. And also Morgan Stanley shares, they're down more than 7%, profit dropping on a slowdown. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise Pellegrini, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, we started the morning with President Biden in Israel and making his comments there after meetings with Israeli leaders, and once again talking about the solidarity between the U.S. And Israel. Of course, the backdrop of that was news of that terrible explosion at the hospital in Gaza, and we want to kind of bring all this together, and we do that with Mick Mulroy, co-founder of the Lobo Institute. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East at the U.S. Department of Defense. He was in paramilitary operations officer at CIA, former U.S. Marine, so just tremendous experience in that part of the world. Mick, let's start with that explosion at the hospital. There's, I guess, a little bit confusion as to who is responsible. Based upon the information you've seen, based upon the people you've talked to, how do you think that played out, and who kind of instigated that?
So, yes, there certainly was confusion. Hamas came out quickly and blamed it on the IDF. The IDF, I think, rightfully spent time to look at it and determine, at least from their perspective, what happened. And they indicated after that it looked like it was a PIG, so the Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that malfunctioned and hit the side of the building. And now the United States has come out, and what I expected, because they have so many intelligence assets in the regions, that they could do that and look at that for their own perspective and come up with their own conclusions. And they concluded that it was, in fact, not the IDF, but an errant rocket that either was lined up incorrectly and hit the side of the hospital, or the engine on it failed and it hit the hospital with a lot of its rocket fuel still in it, which is what caused a lot of the casualties, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Is there? Do you believe we will ever really know definitively who fired that rocket?
So I believe, with the information that would be available to the U.S. intelligence community, both imagery, signals intelligence about talking on the ground prior to the launch, I think we have a pretty good idea.
Okay.
Obviously, I can't see that information, but I think if the U.S. came to that conclusion, they have a pretty definitive idea that that was, in fact, a PIJ, rocket.
All right. So I guess another big part of this story, or the president's trip to Israel, is that the part of his trip where he was going to meet with Arab leaders in Jordan canceled really kind of at the last moment. And how significant is that from your perspective, Mick, in terms of the president's ability to try to promote some type of peaceful movement forward?
So it's very unfortunate, especially since it turns out it wasn't a strike by the IDF. Not that a lot of these leaders would acknowledge that, even though we determined it, because it's going to take dialogue. We're in the middle of trying to establish a humanitarian corridor, humanitarian pause to get food into Gaza. That requires dialogues at a very high level. And of course, any potential in the future for a cessation of hostilities is going to require dialogue. So it's certainly not helpful. We do have ongoing diplomatic missions in all these countries, so the dialogue can continue. But having the president in the region, I think this was a big missed opportunity.
Yep. So we still have the images and the news reports, Mick, of Israel mounting its resources, its materiel and resources on the border. So I guess the question for a lot of folks is just when will they go into the Gaza Strip? How will they go into the Gaza Strip? Maybe what's their strategy? At this stage, what do you think will happen?
So it is unclear what is taking this time. Why the pause, so to speak? Because they've been prepared and prepped in an assembly area, ready to go in for quite some time. It may be that they're really trying to gather more intelligence. It may be that there's hostage negotiations, which you've seen reported today, in which they're trying to get them out prior to. And of course, they have to realize, they being the IDF, that Hamas wants them to do this. It was planned probably at the same time they planned the attack into Israel. So they are assessing all of that. When they go in, if they go in, I think they're going to go in very hard from the north, from the Erez border checkpoints, because that is where you can get and funnel all of these armored personnel carriers and tanks into that area. And then when they hit Gaza City, it's going to be extraordinarily violent and destructive. And that's why it's a good thing that a lot of civilians have already left the northern part of Gaza.
And I guess just as well, with President Biden in Israel today, there's reports that perhaps leaders from other Western countries, the UK, Mr. Sunak and Macron of France, they're considering going to Israel as well. Presumably, if you're, you would not launch a campaign with such folks in country.
So I think that's a fair assumption. It's obviously dangerous enough for these heads of states to go into a conflict area, especially one where rockets and missiles are essentially free firing. But I do think going there and delivering a message that is consistent, probably discussed in advance between the US, UK, and France is very helpful, and it's very reassuring to Israel. And it does show Iran, for example, that they need to stay out of this. And so I imagine those messages are just being repeated. But I agree with you. It's unlikely, although not impossible, that they could launch this ground invasion during a time when one of these heads of states is in Tel Aviv.
Two aircraft carrier groups, I don't care who you are or where you are, that gets your attention here. Are you surprised that a second carrier group went into the region there?
Somewhat surprised, but I agree. It definitely should get Iran, Hezbollah, and any other group that wants to join this attention. These are two of the most advanced aircraft carriers in the world. Combined, there's about 16 squadrons of fighters and support aircraft. There's, 4 or 5 destroyers, which all have ship-to-shore artillery. And then there's cruisers. And there's a Marine Expeditionary Unit en route to the area. So this is an incredible amount of both air power, sea power, and potentially even ground power. I think that's very unlikely to be used in this region to set a very strong message of deterrence.
Mick, just about 30 seconds left. Do you have any updated sourcing on what's happening in Ukraine? That unfortunately, that has, from the Ukrainians' perspective, taken kind of a back burner here.
Yes, it has. So we've seen what looks like the entry of the ATACMS, which is a long-range artillery weapon that we gave to the Ukrainians, one that was somewhat controversial, but one that also gives them the ability to hit any Russian positions from their front lines now. So any Russian military capacity in Ukraine right now can be hit with these munitions that can be fired out of the HIMARS. So that's the most significant update. The Ukrainians are making slow gains, and they are striking in the rear in Crimea. And I think those are both important and in the controlled areas also. So this is an important step. They do need to get resupplied, and they do need the support to pass in Congress to be able to go forward and really make some gains in this counteroffensive.
All right, Mick, thanks so much for joining us. We always appreciate getting some of your time. Give us the benefit of your great experience in all things geopolitics. Mick Mulroy, he's a co-founder of the Lobo Institute and has just have tremendous experience in that part of the world and in these types of situations. Looking at the markets here, S&P 500 off just about 1%, NASDAQ off a little bit more than 1%. And we're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Morgan Stanley's third quarter earnings slid amid sluggish results from the firm's investment bank and a miss in wealth management. Here's Bloomberg's Shonali Bostic.
When you look at Morgan Stanley, you're looking at an investment banking environment that is still muted. You're looking at analysts and James Gorman agreeing here that if you're looking for green shoots, you're probably still looking. They are searching for those green shoots. And in the meantime, there's this idea that wealth management, while strong and while still raking in billions of dollars and the ballast to the storm here, you still have wealth management coming in a little bit below estimates. Now, James Gorman makes the point here that if you're making 4 or 5% sitting in cash, you're not going to be sitting there trading in the markets.
Shares right now slumping down more than 7.5%. United shares fell the most in 6 months after the carrier said it was forecasting a profit miss. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle explains why.
The adjusted earnings outlook for the fourth quarter, if the flights are suspended to Tel Aviv until October 31st, at the end of this month, they're expecting $1.81. If until the end of the year, $1.50. So it's that disappointing outlook beneath the street, plus rising fuel costs, really weighing on this stock.
Now, United now is down about 8%. And Tesla opens its books today. And today, investors are looking to see if price cuts affected profits. Tesla's third quarter profit estimates have plunged nearly 50% this year, but the stock has more than doubled over that same period. Shares right now, they're down about 4.5%. And Netflix, they report too of particular interest, more insight into the company's advertising supporting tier. Netflix down about 1.5%. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming as well live on YouTube, so go check that out. Right now, there is a second ballot to elect a Speaker of the House, and it does not appear to be going so well for Jim Jordan. We want to get the latest reporting there, and we do that with Kate Ackley. She's a reporter with Bloomberg Government. So, Kate, give us the latest on this second ballot here.
Well, it's still ongoing, but we're towards the end of the alphabet, and it looks worse for Jim Jordan, the Ohio Republican, who's made this his second vote for him to be Speaker. This does not look like it's going to be successful at all on this ballot, and we've got at least, I think, 22 voting against him.
Okay, and that's more than the 20, I guess, in the first round, so not going his way. Is this going to go the way it went with former Speaker McCarthy, where I think it went 15 rounds? Is that kind of where we are? Or does a House and maybe even Mr. Jordan himself say we need to go another direction?
Well, I think Jordan is going to get questions after this vote, at least from reporters anyway. Are you going to drop out? Are you going to consider dropping out? I've seen some statements of support for Jordan, people saying they'd go to 100 ballots for him. As you mentioned, there was the historic 15 votes in January for McCarthy to be elected Speaker. So I guess anything is possible, but it seems like he is going to have to explain to his supporters or, keep people on board, because obviously some of the people who voted for him yesterday for Speaker did not do so today.
So, I mean, just to an outsider like me, Kate, I look at the Republicans and they put up two of their more well-respected, more tenured representatives, that being Scalise and Jordan. Neither could get the support. Where does this party turn next if Mr. Jordan is not going to be elected Speaker?
I think that's your, $64 million or $1 million question, because you have so much now sort of bad feelings, I guess, if you will. You've had people tear down Scalise. You've had now a group seemingly to potentially take down Jordan's Speaker bid. So you have different camps where you have folks who are going to have hard feelings and aren't going to want to see someone else, sort of be victorious in all of this. I've talked to a number of sources just this morning who say they really don't know who could go next and what could happen next. But I mean, I think for now it's still a matter of, can Jordan accomplish this or not?
So the key, or one of the key issues here, is this government has to continue to function here. Bills have to be passed. And oh, by the way, there's a looming shutdown of the government next month. How does that figure into the calculus of, I guess, the Republicans, if not the entire House?
Yeah, I mean, and there is some discussion about, is there going to be sort of a unity candidate that emerges, or will they somehow empower the sort of temporary speaker, Patrick McHenry? All of those things are on the table. It depends on who you talk to. Even former Speaker John Boehner and former Speaker Newt Gingrich last night were on, X, formerly Twitter, saying that they endorsed the idea of having Patrick McHenry empowered to be essentially the speaker. But then you talk to other people who say, no way, that's not what we're going to do. Are Democrats and Republicans really going to vote together in a bipartisan fashion? It's possible, but this hasn't been a very bipartisan episode over the last few weeks.
No, it has not. All right, we really appreciate you jumping on here. Kate Ackley, Bloomberg industry reporter covering Washington, D.C. Looking at these markets here, the S&P 500 is off 1%. The NASDAQ is off 1.2%. So a little bit of a sell-off here in the equity markets. Yields higher. Yep, yet again, 10-year Treasury is up about 8 basis points. 4.91% to 2-year. That'll get you 5.21%. WTI crude oil, it's up about 1.9%, just over $88 a barrel. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Jim Jordan fails again. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as the Republican from Ohio falls short of the votes needed to become Speaker of the House in a second round that is just now ending. We're joined ahead by Congressman Seth Moulton, the Democrat from Massachusetts, with his view on the role that Democrats may play in resolving all of this, what it means for funding for Israel, and the U.S. strategy in the Middle East. With insights today and analysis from our signature panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. So let's get right to it as we join you live from Washington. And with me at the table is Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison. Laura, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming in at a very busy moment. This is just resolving now on the House floor, and it appears Jim Jordan is having a worse day today than he did yesterday. 22 members of the Republican conference voting for someone other than Jim Jordan. Is his nomination or trajectory for the speakership dead?
It is looking like it is heading that way. He came off the floor and didn't say what he would do in terms of future plans. He did convince a couple members to vote for him, but net there were more that voted against him this time. So things are not trending in the right direction. The real question is, if not Jordan, then who? There's other names that have been floated out there. Kevin Hearn is one example. But one of the factions we really see hardening against really any Republican is a lot of New York lawmakers are banding together and saying, we're not going to support anyone that doesn't agree with expanding the SALT, the state and local tax deduction, which is, a total blast from the past, kind of out of right field. But this has been a longstanding issue in the House in these high tax areas, Southern California, New York City area. You remember those are the areas that make the majority for the House, for whichever party's in charge. And they really like this tax deduction, very important to a lot of Bloomberg viewers and readers as well.
You're right. We hear about it all the time.
So this is kind of becoming the undercurrent of, who can be speaker. You got to support this wonky tax deduction.
Wow. If it comes down to SALT, that is kind of funny considering the level of dysfunction that we're witnessing right now. To your point, though, if it's not Jim Jordan, who is he going to get a third round, a fourth round? How much patience is there to keep doing this?
The reason there was so much patience with McCarthy is because he showed progress on every step. He also had a lot of goodwill built up on the party. He had raised money for a lot of these people. Jim Jordan, and frankly any other person that could be put up, doesn't have that kind of same respect among the base of the party, and so there's less likely to be demand to go, do dozens of votes. So we'll see. The House has not yet announced if they're going to hold a third vote or if someone else is going to jump in the race. It's very up in the air right now.
It's totally up in the air. Even lawmakers that we're speaking with off the record have no apparent idea of what's going to come next, which has been the case for days, Laura. It's kind of an incredible environment that we're in here as we then consider the next option, which is going with what you got. Patrick McHenry, Speaker Pro Tem. The idea would be to make him, I guess, formally elect him as Speaker Pro Tem, which would give him the effective powers of a full-blown speaker. That would take some Democrats to make it happen, though, wouldn't it?
It would, and one of the things that's being discussed right now is, how long would he have these more full powers? Of course, the government is set to shut down a month from today, so that's a key date that people are looking at. There's also the White House is sending over Israel, Ukraine, sort of a package of aid later this week that they're expecting. So there's a lot of stuff on their plate.
Yeah, right.
But Democrats are going to want something in return in order to put up the votes to support McHenry. There are certain things that they could, that McHenry could offer, bring up certain bills. Ukraine could be a chip that they play here. Right. But there's things that they want that they're not going to get. Democrats are not going to get more seats on various committees. They're not going to get a larger budget. Those are the kind of things, and it just will depend away on, will Democrats get enough to have 10 members or so go ahead and cross the aisle.
Amazing stuff. I appreciate your joining today, Laura. Next time we speak, I suspect everything will have changed because that's the routine that we're getting used to here. She's Bloomberg Politics editor and with us here live on Bloomberg Sound On. Great to have you, Laura, and thank you. As we add the voice of Congressman Seth Moulton, even with the action happening on the House floor, the Democrat from Massachusetts is taking some time for us right now. Congressman, it's good to see you. I guess I'll pick up here. There are a lot of things I want to ask you about that we were just discussing with Laura, but this idea of a deal with Democrats to give Patrick McHenry the full powers of House Speaker, is that something that you would help out in?
Well, it's certainly something that I would consider. Obviously, the details of the deal matter here. We don't want to just give the reins to someone who's going to run away with all the horses. But I think this is something that's being actively discussed. I discussed it as recently as about 10 minutes ago on the floor of the House, because we need to get the House back to functioning. I mean, what we're witnessing right now, Joe, is a nationwide Republican civil war, playing out across the country in a party that's led by an indicted insurrectionist. And it's coming to a head right now in the House of Representatives in a way that's just frozen Congress. We are powerless as a United States Congress. That's never happened before in American history. And we saw in Israel what happened when your adversaries see political dysfunction at home. They might attack. So what's happening right now, this civil war in the Republican Party, is actually a serious risk to our national security. That's why it's so important that we come up with some solution, even if the Republicans can't manage to nominate a speaker who can actually get the votes.
Well, my goodness, how many rounds do you think we're in for here? It looks like patience is running thin in the Republican conference, and I know, Congressman, that you're not in the room for those conversations, but a lot of folks are saying Jim Jordan's bid for Speaker is already dead. Do you agree?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, Jim Jordan is one of the most extreme members of Congress, not just the Republican Party, just of Congress writ large. He's not passed a single piece of legislation in the entire time he's been in office. Think about that. Completely incapable of working with others.
I want you to qualify that for us if you can, Congressman, because we keep hearing that. Tell our listeners and viewers what that actually means when you look across the aisle and you see a member who's never passed a bill.
What it means is that he spends all his time doing something else. So actually passing legislation, which, I mean, many would argue is our job in Congress, takes some work. It takes some work building trust with your colleagues, both in your party and across the aisle. We've been on this show before talking about my bill to establish 988 as a nationwide mental health hotline. I had to develop trust with a Republican colleague, a veteran, Chris Stewart from Utah. We had to work very hard to get it through the committee of jurisdiction, to get it through not only the House, but the Senate, and then signed by the president. That all takes time and effort. Jim Jordan's never done that, or at least he's never done it successfully. He's been here a lot longer than me. He's never passed a single bill that he has authored. And yet, look at how much time he put into trying to undermine the election. That tells you a lot about Jim Jordan's priorities. He is so extreme that a whole bunch of his Republican colleagues won't even support him.
Some folks say you're talking about the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and that is a slightly different and more specialized role, and he's in fact very busy. Of course, we know that he's busy on an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden, Congressman. Where does that go? Is it on ice right now without a speaker, or can you give us an update?
No one knows. I mean, nothing. I mean, we're literally doing nothing. Nothing is happening right now in Congress. It's a perilous situation to be for our government. For our country. That means that we can't respond to an emergency. We can't do anything to support Israel in this war, or to continue supporting Ukraine in theirs. We can't even pass a simple resolution that just says, hey, we support you. I mean, the most basic things. And by the way, to your comment about Jordan being his new job as Judiciary Committee chairman, most chairmen of committees have passed a lot of bills, because that's what your job is as a committee chairman as well. So most people who get that job have done this, and most chairmen manage to pass a lot of bills while they're in that position.
We're spending time with Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. You're talking about urgent business, urgent needs, which brings us directly to the situation in Israel. I'd like to ask you about a couple of elements here, beginning with this $100 billion request for funding that the White House is cooking up for not only Israel, but Ukraine, Congressman, Taiwan, and border security. Do you support that approach, considering that the government is set to shut down in 1 month and there's no leadership in the majority?
Yes, I think President Biden is doing the right thing to put this package all together and send it to Congress. But of course, what we should be doing in Congress is receiving the president's outline and then debating it and amending it, passing this through committee. I sit on the House Armed Services Committee. We debate funding packages all the time, really down to the details. So we're confident that we're spending American taxpayer dollars well, that we're investing not just in these wars overseas, but fundamentally investing in our own national security by supporting democracies around the globe. Those are important debates to be having in Congress. And of course, once again, we can't have those debates. We can't pass this legislation, even if the president sends us a package, until we get a Speaker of the House.
Well, we consider funding for Israel. You wrote an op-ed for CNN with the headline, "Netanyahu needs an end game." And you reflected on your own service, Congressman. Most people are aware that you're a combat veteran. You served 4 tours as a Marine in Iraq. And endgame is meaningful to you based on your experience. This whole trip that we've seen the last 24 hours with President Biden has seen a real shift in sentiment. His summit with Arab leaders has been canceled. There's debate over who to blame for the blast at this hospital. And this is a real political challenge for him. To what extent is he addressing endgame on this journey to Israel?
Well, what I understand, and I just was on the phone with a former Secretary of Defense just an hour or so ago, is that there are a lot of conversations going on behind the scenes with Israel, trying to share with Israeli leadership all the lessons that we've learned over 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we had some successes. Those are often forgotten to history, but we had an awful lot of failures that we know well. One of those, of course, was going into Iraq and going into Afghanistan with no plan whatsoever for what happens next. What happens the day after you so-called defeat the enemy, right? We had a very successful invasion of Iraq, remarkably successful. It couldn't have gone better in so many ways. And then a few months later, an insurgency came up. I went home from that first tour in Iraq after the invasion, literally to march in victory parades. And then a few months later, I was back fighting a vicious insurgency that had started after my Marine unit left. So there are a lot of lessons for us to share with the Israelis. But my big concern, and the reason why the title of the op-ed is about the endgame, is that I have not heard Prime Minister Netanyahu or any other Israeli leaders articulate any ideas for this at all. They all say they're going to crush Hamas. Okay, that's going to be very hard. We can go into why that's going to be hard. But even if you succeed, what happens next? Because if you just go back to the status quo, you're just going to have more terrorist attacks. I mean, if you leave Gaza a smoldering mess after you crush Hamas, you're just going to recruit more terrorists to the cause. You're actually going to put yourself in a worse situation than you find yourselves today. So this is very concerning, and it's going to be very difficult for Israel to get this right.
President Biden spoke today in Israel about the lessons learned from 9/11. It was really something, and I'm guessing this hits home for you personally and the experience that you're sharing here, because he talked about some of the overreach that the U.S. was responsible for following 9/11, and his advice was to not be consumed by rage. How worried are you about overreach in this case, Congressman, where Israel moves to defeat Hamas but also creates a new generation of terrorists?
Well, I mean, that's the question. And I don't think it's quite that simple. I think that, Israelis have every right to be enraged. And frankly, they have every right to kill the perpetrators of this vicious, barbaric attack on innocent Israeli kids, right? I mean, that's how you have to respond to some acts of terror, taking out what we call the irreconcilable terrorists, the terrorists you're never going to convince to behave differently, who just want your death and destruction. You have to take them out. we had to do that ourselves in Iraq and Afghanistan once that insurgency started. Now, by the way, I get the fact that the insurgency started largely because of our presence there. You can argue that the situation in Israel is a bit different with this attack on innocent Israeli kids in their beds. But the bottom line is that, taking out terrorists is part of the equation. But then you have to win over the rest of the population. Because if you don't do that, you run into this problem that we call terrorist mass. And General Stanley McChrystal, the famed American general, he estimated it was 10 to 1. That means that for every innocent every innocent person, innocent civilian that you kill, you recruit about 10 terrorists to the cause. And so Israel's got to be very careful, because every time they have an accident, they try to take out a terrorist, but they end up killing some civilians. They might take out one terrorist and recruit 10 more, and that puts them on the wrong side of that equation.
Congressman, I know you need to run in a moment, but with the time we have left, you've actually fought this battle. What are Israeli soldiers in for when it comes to house, door to door, as we keep hearing, and fighting an insurgency in Gaza?
It's a great question, Joe, because we've just talked a lot about the risks to this mission of killing innocent civilians and the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza right now. It's just terrible, and it's heartbreaking to see. I mean, Israeli kids are innocent in this. Little Palestinian kids are innocent as well, and no one wants to see them killed. We haven't talked about what you just put out there, which is, what is this going to be like for the Israeli kids, those really kids, right? Like 18, 19-year-old soldiers who are going to be sent into this built-up city. And the answer is, it is going to be devastating. It's going to be incredibly difficult. In my op-ed on CNN, I shared a story of fighting in the urban environment in Iraq, and how difficult it was just to take over one small 2-story building. And you look at Gaza, the buildings are 10 times as high, 10 times as many, 5 times as many people as we saw in these Iraqi cities. So, I mean, the mission that Netanyahu is giving to these these brave Israeli kids is massively difficult. And I think that has to be part of the, sobering discussion about what they should really do here.
Congressman Seth Moulton, we appreciate the time as always. Democrat from Massachusetts on the Armed Services Committee, speaking through his experience as a combat veteran in Iraq. It's good to see you, sir, and I hope that we'll stay in touch as we find our way through this speaker's race. Patrick McHenry just gavelled out the session. Jim Jordan has lost the second round, and we move into this day further without a Speaker of the House. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 1:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got uncertainty over who the next House Speaker will be after Ohio Republican Jim Jordan tried again and failed again to win that vote for House Speaker. Meantime, the Mideast war also weighing on sentiment. And as the Fed stays in inflation fighting mode, Jennifer McCune, she's chief global economist over at Capital Economics. She's among those bracing for an economic slowdown.
Effective interest rates are now starting to rise. We think maybe we're about half of the way through feeling the effect of the policy tightening that's come. So we're looking at the remaining half and the extent to which that starts to really hit consumer spending, for example.
And McCune there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. We are lower across the board. The Dow right now down 0.4%, 147 points lower. The S&P 500 down 0.7%, down by 29. The NASDAQ down 0.8%, 105 points lower. The yield on the 10-year right now, big story there. We were at 4.9% earlier, but now we're just at 4.88%. That still is pretty much close to the high for the yield on the 10-year since back in 2007. And United Airlines shares down more than 7%. Carrier warning a suspension of flights to Tel Aviv, as we've been talking about, and higher jet fuel costs would drag profit down this quarter well below Wall Street's expectations. We do have NYMEX crude up by almost 2.5% right now at $88.73 a barrel. And Morgan Stanley shares, they're down more than 7% after the company posted quarterly results. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
It is not getting any easier for Jim Jordan. In fact, the congressman has lost the second round, and it was worse than yesterday. The House, at now 1:23 p.m. Washington time, is already in recess.
No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House has no speaker. As we assemble our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Great to have, guys, both of you back today. We lived through one round without you yesterday, and now number two. Rick, Jim Jordan lost 22 Republican members. That's two more than yesterday. How many tries will he get?
Oh, I think it's two and done. I don't think he wants to go through any more of this than he has to. He will continue to lose votes, from what I can tell, in any subsequent round. And so I think he even said so today. He's going to take a pause. They're going to probably have a caucus meeting and try to figure out what to do. But this is a caucus in utter disarray. It'll be really interesting to see what comes out of this. There's obviously a lot of energy behind trying to find a deal to extend powers to Patrick McHenry, the current Speaker pro tem. Newt Gingrich and former Speaker Boehner came out yesterday pushing that concept. Democrats like Seth Moulton, we just interviewed, think it's a good idea. So if we can't find a candidate that can get 217 votes, and I don't think we can in the Republican side, then that may be the next, possible.
Well, pretty remarkable. Here we are, Jeannie, a day later, everything has changed again. And Seth Moulton, as Rick references, says he was talking about Patrick McHenry and maybe a deal involving Democrats to give full powers of the speakership to Patrick McHenry 10 minutes before he joined us. Is that where we're going?
That seems the best and maybe the only path forward at this point. Things are bad. I'm listening to this vote and somebody is nominating Candace Miller. And I think, who the heck is Candace Miller? She's the Macomb County Public Works Commissioner. I mean, that's how bad things have gotten. I've never heard of her. God bless Candace Miller. She got a vote. So they do need to seriously consider Republicans and Democrats joining together, extending McHenry's powers so that they can move forward with the business of the people. Representative Moulton made such an important point to you. Not only are they frozen, but God forbid there is a crisis in this country, they are absolutely unable to address it. And haven't we learned anything from watching what has happened in Israel over the last several days, several weeks? A government in chaos is terribly dangerous. And that is what we are at this point, and the entire world knows it. So give McHenry the powers, move forward and do the business of the people, and sort out your business, Republicans, when you can.
What would a deal like that include, Rick, or would there be a timeline on it? Would this be Democrats saying, great, do whatever you have to do, let's get a CR, let's fund the government, let's get these supplemental requests for Israel and Ukraine and get it done in the next 90 days, say? Or is this open-ended in which she could become speaker permanently?
Yeah, I'd start where you finished. It would be nuts to do anything but make Patrick McHenry speaker, right? If he has a limit on his powers or his term, he'll be shackled by the same dysfunctional Congress that can't currently elect a speaker. If we're going to open the door and Republicans are going to do a deal with Democrats, it needs to be for a permanent speaker. And it needs to get rid of things like these motions to vacate for one person. Yeah. And it needs to be able to function as a true Congress. No limits to the authority other than what's prescribed for the speaker. Anything short of that, I think, is an elixir to make dysfunction even more crazy than it currently is. And I think the American people have sort of had enough with this mess. Once the Republicans make a decision that they're going to entertain Democratic votes to elect a speaker because they can't do it themselves, you need to have some kind of permanence to it.
Does that become a power sharing agreement? Jeannie, what would Democrats need to pull the lever on this?
You know, I think something we heard today, in fact, when Representative Aguilera was introducing Jim Jeffries, I think one thing they will ask for is when this consideration of funding for Israel comes up, that it includes Ukraine. That's going to be a hard pill for some conservative Republicans to swallow, but moderate Republicans will be there. I do think they are going to ask for things like that they can and should expect that McHenry, if he does indeed become a speaker pro tem with extended powers, would be able to offer them, because otherwise there's no reason for them to go along with this deal. But those are the kind of things I think we would likely hear about. And, you know, I think for Democrats, they feel like keeping somebody like Jim Jordan out of the speaker chair is a win in and of itself. This is a guy that many people feel supported an insurrection against the United States. As Moulton was just telling you, it's somebody who's been in Congress, never passed a bill. His entire focus has not been on governing and legislating. It's been on derailing. It's been on stopping. It's been on being the king of oversight and investigation of anything Democratic. And that's not any way to do the business of the people. And I don't think Republican moderates or Democrats are going to go for it. That's why they feel like this, keeping him off of this chair or out of this chair right now, is a win for them.
For our listeners and viewers who are just joining us, here is what Congressman Seth Moulton told us about this idea of elevating Patrick McHenry to formally elect him, I should say, as Speaker Pro Tem, with the powers essentially of full Speaker.
Well, it's certainly something that I would consider. Obviously, the details of the deal matter here. We don't want to just give the reins to someone who's going to run away with all the horses. But I think this is something that's being actively discussed. I discussed it as recently as about 10 minutes ago on the floor of the House, because we need to get the House back to functioning.
Yet, the headline on the terminal, Rick Davis, Jordan says he's not dropping out. So I guess I go back to my original question here. How many rounds will the conference let him get, or does he end up being talked out of this in the meeting later?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. If the caucus took a vote right now and said, who do we want to nominate? Same thing we did on Tuesday. My guess is he'd win that vote. There's not a strong opposition to him like a McCarthy or like a Scalise at this stage, remembering that Scalise beat him on that vote only to withdraw later that day. So he has such a tenuous future as a candidate for speaker that I suspect the caucus at this stage is prepared to say, just let's wait a minute. So I think regardless of what Jim Jordan says, his future as a candidate for speaker is limited. I don't think anybody in the caucus is anxious to see another vote taken within the next 24 hours that would test the limits of his strength as a candidate. My guess is he would lose even more votes than he lost between the last two rounds. So I think it's going to be up to the caucus to say, just hold on a minute. We've got to break this impasse. They've only got 20 days before funding for the government shuts down. 20 business days. That's not a lot of time to come up with a budget. They originally said, the Republicans, that they wanted to pass all these spending bills, these appropriations bills. Yeah. They haven't passed one since then, and it's been 2 weeks. So we're entering an existential crisis where we don't have a government that can actually pass a bill that's going to fund the government that'll result in a shutdown, not because of choice, but because of lack of functionality.
Yeah. When Rick Davis says that, you should be nervous. Jeannie, we're out of time, but do you think Hakeem Jeffries is already talking to Patrick McHenry?
I do hope so. I don't know why they would wait any longer. I think they should have been talking over the weekend. So let's hope they are. We've got to get beyond this chaos. This chaos helps nobody.
All right, Rick and Jeannie, stay with us. The President of the United States is in Israel right now. We still have a lot more to talk about when it comes to the visit and this attempt to fund Israel. It all comes back to the speakership here in Washington. Let's get you up to date first on world and national news. For that, we turn to Steve Rappaport in the newsroom in New York. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Joe. Congressman Jim Jordan falls short again in his bid to become Speaker. 22 Republicans refused to vote for Jordan this time around, denying him the gavel. More from Bloomberg government congressional reporter Jonathan Tamari.
So he's continuing to apply a very intense pressure campaign. Him, his allies in the conservative media world, people who are close to Donald Trump, they are trying to really put pressure on Republicans to cave in and get behind him. But a lot of them had to be dragged to supporting him. And so there's a sense that if they think he's not going to get there, they might not stick with him for very long.
Bloomberg's Jonathan Tamiri reporting some of Jordan's detractors in the GOP say he's too extreme to lead. President Biden visited Israel today as the war with Hamas rages on. The terror group killed 1,400 people and took dozens of hostages in the unprecedented attack. The president sought to assure the families of those who are missing.
We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages.
The president also saying Israel agreed to allow humanitarian assistance into Gaza. More than 4,000 people have been killed on both sides since the conflict began. Why go to the drugstore when you'll be able to get your meds by mail? Amazon says it's testing drone deliveries for medications, prescription, but not controlled substances. Best try to not catch these packages as they'll drop from 13 feet. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's now 1:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower. One thing we're keeping very close track on here on Bloomberg Sound On is what's happening on Capitol Hill, who the next House Speaker will be after Jim Jordan tried again and failed again. The Fed's inflation fighting stance also in focus, and of course, the rising risk in the Middle East. But some are just kind of shaking it off, including Patrick Spencer. He's vice chair of equities at Robert W. Baird.
The market actually looks through the current problems and it climbs a wall of worry. And our outlook for earnings this year in the US is up 0.4%, 7% for Q4, and for 12% earnings next year.
And Spencer there on Bloomberg Television, it is looking a little more positive for stocks than it was earlier. The Dow now only down 0.8%, down 263 points. The S&P 500 down about 1%, 45 points lower. The Nasdaq down 1.3%, down by about 169. The yield on the 10-year, it's been all over the place today. We were at 5.1 something, but now we're at 4.88%. That's just about the highest, though, since 2007. So even at this level, that's a big move, or a big level that it's hitting right there. Spot gold and NYMEX crude, they're both higher today. Morgan Stanley plunging after posting quarterly results, and Tesla shares, they're down just about, 4% right now. We'll be getting Tesla earnings later today along with Netflix. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The President of the United States delivering a message today in Israel, even as we go through this speaker race in Washington, D.C. No ground invasion yet. And Joe Biden took the time in a bilateral meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu to urge restraint, talking about the lessons learned from 9/11. He also addressed the matter of the hospital blast that killed hundreds of Palestinians in Gaza City. Of course, this became a blame game yesterday. First, Hamas blamed Israel. Then Israel pointed to a terrorist group based in Gaza. President Biden spoke to that today from Tel Aviv.
Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy.
Let's reassemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano join Bloomberg Politics contributors. Of course, Jeannie, this trip got a lot more difficult over the past 24 hours. The bombing of the hospital led to a series of events, and we don't have to connect the dots on all these, but the fact of the matter is a summit of Arab leaders was canceled, and the president has now cut his trip short. He'll be back in Washington, we're told, or at least on his way back tonight. Talk to us about what you've heard and seen so far as the ground shifts beneath his feet.
Yeah, Joe, you said even before this horrific incident at the hospital yesterday, you had said prior when we heard the president was going to be going that this is a high stakes trip for him. And boy, has it been. I mean, he is really walking a very fine line. I think so far he has done the best he could. But when you think about it, what is he trying to do? He's trying to support Israel. He's trying to negotiate some type of hostage relief, humanitarian aid, and most importantly, perhaps trying to deter Iran from using its proxies to expand this war. And all the time, it's like this is a ticking time bomb because Israel is going to go into Gaza, and the president is trying to help lay the groundwork so they can enter without Iran using its proxies to expand this war. It is a very, very difficult needle to thread. I'm not sure anybody can make that happen, but the president, Anthony Blinken, they are certainly trying. And I have to say, very dismaying to hear what the King of Jordan had to say, Egypt not opening their borders to these refugees from Gaza, even though, Jordan, 80% of that population is Palestinian. He says it's a red line line. Don't ask me why he's speaking for Egypt, but he says for both Jordan and Egypt, it is a red line they won't cross. And so these people, the humanitarian disaster is only going to escalate.
Rick, I guess there's no turning around once people know you're going, but should the president still have made this trip as the summit was canceled around him?
Yeah, look, I think this summit is going to be a canard for the Arab community. They're reacting to false information that they're getting out of the Gaza Strip from Hamas, who have a reputation for lying. The Defense Department came out with a report that says from their evaluation, and this is satellite technology, this is all the kinds of abilities they have to track these kinds of missiles, that this was a missile launched by Hamas. I mean, like, this is a crying shame that the Arab community would believe Hamas, a international terrorist group, versus Israeli and U.S. Intelligence and defense ministries. They're going to look bad in the process. It's unfortunate. And one of the foreign policy people for one of the Arab communities, I forget who, said, well, we're not going to attend this. We're not going to have this summit because it's not going to end the war. Well, it certainly would make the war more palatable and end some of the suffering. And I guess in this case, they've chosen to side with Hamas on the lies rather than trying to end some of the suffering. Biden's broken through that. He was able to get humanitarian assistance agreed to get through. So he's gotten what he wanted to get done, which is relieve some of the pressure inside Gaza on the border. And so, yeah, I think he's getting what he wanted done without the cooperation of his Arab allies.
I'd like for you both to listen to what he said as he referred to the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks. This takes a minute, and we'll hear from both of you. This is Joe Biden today in Tel Aviv.
You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives.
Jeannie, first of all, he sounds exhausted, which has been a bit of a theme recently. But how important is that message, and to what extent can Benjamin Netanyahu take that to heart?
Yeah, he and Bibi Netanyahu, it was stunning to see them both together, obviously both looking terribly exhausted. And of course, Bibi Netanyahu not acting solo anymore. He is part of this triumvirate, if you will, this war cabinet. And we understand there is some division in terms of how they move forward, which may be part of the holdup. But, I am really struck by what Biden had to say, because that sounds very, very similar to Obama's Deputy National Security Advisor, Ben Rhodes. He's been talking about this over and over again. People said he and Obama were, one in the same, if you will, on foreign policy. And he has been saying the same thing the president just said. So I hear the president channeling this message. It's an important message. But again, just to echo your important conversation to Representative Moulton, what does that actually mean? You promise to destroy Hamas. What then? You leave a power vacuum. And the president is asking the right questions, but what are the answers? Not that the president has to give them, but Israel is going to have to give them. And I don't think we've heard those yet. And that is terribly concerning.
Rick, I'm sorry we only have 30 seconds. With what we just heard from Joe Biden, will Israel be consumed by rage?
No, I think Israel will extract their, call it revenge, and their top priority will be to get the hostages back. And hopefully the two can coexist without too much civilian crisis.
Great analysis from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, as always. Glad you're both here with us today. Some final thoughts straight ahead. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Netflix is reporting earnings after the close of regular trading today. We're watching that for you here on Bloomberg Radio. And Bloomberg's Geeta Ranganathan tells us expectations are muted, but it's not curtains right now for the streaming service.
What we're seeing is that some of the initiatives that they have kind of launched over the past year or so, which is one is advertising, has not really kind of taken off in the way that they wanted it to. Password sharing crackdown, yes, it's been a success, but it's been a little bit of a double-edged sword because yes, it has reignited subscriber growth, which is good, but no, it has not kind of prompted the upside in revenue growth. And so we're seeing a lot of pressure on ARPU, or average revenue per member, and that's not necessarily good.
Not necessarily good for investors in Netflix, according to Bloomberg's Geeta Ranganathan. Tesla shares in the headlights. Meantime, they're down about 4% ahead of its quarterly results later today. Tesla's been cutting prices lately. Shares of Morgan Stanley, they are lower. Third quarter earnings sliding amid sluggish results from the firm's investment bank and a miss in wealth management. And airline shares under pressure as well. United warning about the suspension of flights to Tel Aviv and higher oil prices, and that could hurt the bottom line this quarter. And Amazon will start testing drones that will drop prescriptions on your doorstep, literally falling from the sky. They're doing this in College Station right now. Prescriptions by drone within an hour of placing your order on more than 500 prescription drugs, although No controlled substances, guys. And those are the company stories we're following this hour.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, where we still have no Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan falling in round 2 today, falling to 22 no votes. We'll have more on that coming up and some final thoughts from our panel. First, to check on world and national news with Steve Rappaport, who's in the Bloomberg newsroom in New York. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Joe. Picking up where you left off, the race for Speaker of the House heads to a third round.
No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected.
That's after Republican Congressman Jim Jordan fell short again in his bid for the gavel. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy received 5 votes. All Democrats voted for Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. President Biden says Israel agreed to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza as forces gear up for a possible ground offensive. Speaking in Tel Aviv, the president sought to make a clear distinction between Hamas and Palestinian civilians.
The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields.
More than 4,000 people have been killed on both sides in the conflict. Kids are expensive, and chances are you've been paying a lot more for their care. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow reports.
Childcare prices have risen at a breakneck clip in the U.S. The Bank of America Institute says average monthly payments for childcare in September were 32% higher than the 2019 annual average. Since 1990, childcare prices have risen faster than prices for essentials like housing, transportation, and groceries. And costs are set to climb even higher. An estimated 70,000 centers are likely to close now that $24 billion in government aid that kept the centers open during the pandemic has dried up. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Thanks, Karen. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg. Back to you, Joe.
Right, Steve, thanks. So here we are. No speaker, a House in dysfunction, Congress not able to operate. So we're told, until you look at what the Senate got done yesterday. Actually, it was earlier today. I just can't keep. No, it was yesterday. I literally cannot keep the days straight this week. Tuesday, the Senate shows up to pass unanimously SR 409, a resolution authorizing the use of the atrium in the Hart Senate office building for what they are calling a bipartisan Halloween dog parade that will take place on October 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. As we reassemble our panel for final thoughts on this, and of course, Rick Davis, we know that the sleeping dog behind you should probably take part in this. I'm wondering if maybe they rewrite the resolution and do this on the House floor since they're using it for nothing else in the time being.
Well, we've watched nothing but barking dogs on the House floor, so we might as well enjoy the barking dogs celebrating in the Senate. And Bindi, my companion on this show, does wear a very nice pumpkin Halloween outfit.
I believe every bit of that, and greetings to Bindi. We just always love seeing Bindi asleep in the chair. What do you think, Jeannie? A bipartisan, that's like PAW, P-A-W, Halloween dog parade. I think they could be onto something here, reaching across the aisle.
But there's cat lovers amongst us. Couldn't they also include some cat, I don't know, Halloween thing? But I do like how you say bipartisan, or however you said it, Joe. You said it beautifully.
I'm trying, yeah. Partisan.
And I can't wait to see Bindi in her costume and your dogs, Joe, in their costumes. I'm going to love this.
All right, we'll have to share pictures on social media or something like that. Or maybe tune in for the Halloween show when Bindi's all dressed up in the background. I mean, hey, if we can't get a functioning government, we may as well have some fun here, right? It's almost Halloween, for crying out loud. Big thanks to our panel, Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzane. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lines is on the way in next. I see her now. Join us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. Find us always on the radio, on the satellite, and on the podcast.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of a new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
It gets worse for Jim Jordan. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as the Republican from Ohio fails in a second round of voting, failing to get enough support to be Speaker. The House now is back in recess. All this as President Biden visits Israel in a situation that is growing more complex by the day and by the hour. We'll talk about both coming up with Libby Cantrill, the head of public policy at PIMCO, with analysis from Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson and some new reporting coming up later this hour. We'll talk to Bloomberg's Dan Flatley on U.S. involvement in defeating Hamas. It's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's get to the markets right now with Denise Pellegrini in New York. Hi, Denise.
Hey there. Well, those are some of the things Wall Street is definitely keeping a close eye on, Joe. The drama over Republican efforts to try to elect a speaker, also the Israeli-Hamas war in the Middle East. And we will be talking to Fed Chair Jay Powell tomorrow. Our David Weston will be sitting down with Powell at the Economic Club of New York. Investors very much keyed into what the Fed thinks about everything. And Nicholas Colas, he's co-founder over at Data Trek Research. He says the Mideast war could actually tilt the Fed in the wrong direction at the next meeting when it wraps up November 1st.
It should be on the table, but I doubt the Federal Reserve is going to want to raise rates during heightened geopolitical tension. Okay. It's just not its track record. So I think they're going to lay off, but the market's saying maybe that's a mistake.
And Colas there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. The Dow right now down about 0.5% to 165 points lower. The S&P 500 down 0.8%, down 35. The NASDAQ down 1.1%, down 146 points. The yield on the 10-year Treasury, 4.86%, 4.87 we'll call it. That is close to the highest that we have seen since 2007. Shares of Morgan Stanley plunging the most since June 2020 after reporting quarterly results. And that, Joe, is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we're just now reacting to the latest failure of Jim Jordan in his quest for Speaker. Welcome to Kaylee Lines, who's just back from Capitol Hill. You were up there in the midst of all the ruckus. You're going to have to get your own office up there at some point soon. But nice. It got worse is kind of the headline here. It's 22 voting for someone other than Jim Jordan.
Correct. He did pick up 2 votes that he didn't have yesterday, but then he lost 4 votes that he had yesterday. So when you add it all up, net, 2 votes worse than the first time around. And the question now, Joe, is what happens next? Jim Jordan's spokesperson said he's not going to drop out of the race, but do they go into conference now? Do they hold a 3rd vote? Do they just go home and take a breather? It's anyone's guess at this point.
Well, that is true. I'm sure that they don't even know themselves. Rick Davis was telling us that this bid for Speaker is dead, that Jim Jordan will not progress from here. But that doesn't mean they won't give him a 3rd round. Maybe they come back around later on. It's just not looking good in terms of his momentum. Seth Moulton with us a little bit earlier. I want to play for you what he said, because we talked about this idea of Democrats getting involved in elevating or empowering Patrick McHenry to be a real boy and have the powers of Speaker. He says they're already talking about it, Kaylee. Here's Seth Moulton.
Well, it's certainly something that I would consider. Obviously, the details of the deal matter here. We don't want to just give the reins to someone who's going to run away with all the horses. But I think this is something that's being actively discussed. I discussed it as recently as about 10 minutes ago on the floor of the House, because we need to get the House back to functioning.
10 minutes ago. That was a half hour ago.
Yeah.
While they were voting, he was having that conversation.
Well, it's interesting because just a few moments ago on the steps of the Capitol, a Republican Congressman, Brian Donalds from Florida, who says he is all for Jim Jordan. He will continue to support Jim Jordan for as many rounds of votes as it takes. He thinks Jordan will get there.
is very opposed to the idea of expanding the powers of Patrick McHenry in pro tem. And I think he's not the only Republican that feels that way.
Right.
It's just a question of, are there enough Republicans who could join with Democrats to make this happen? And we aren't totally sure, as has been so often the case in recent weeks, Joe, of the numbers.
I mean, really, it is something. We're waking up every morning with no idea what's going to be in place by the time we go to bed. And that's why Sound On is essential right now, and that's why it's essential to stay in touch with Libby Cantrell, who's been writing about all of this, joins us now from New York, PIMCO's head of U.S. public policy. Libby, welcome back. It's great to have you here. As we consider the idea of empowering Patrick McHenry, you wrote about this in your most recent note to clients, which have been flying lately, which we're always keeping an eye out for your most recent thoughts on this, because it's pretty important. Is this something the market would be comfortable with? Is it the best case scenario? How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of material, needless to say, to write about, Joe. I think the ultimate, I mean, our view is that the ultimate result, kind of end game here, is likely some sort of compromise where pro tem Speaker McCarthy actually gets elected. As you point out, he may not be able to do that with just Republican votes. That might mean that Democrats will have to vote for them. And just to be clear, it's not necessarily for a permanent speaker position. It's just to effectively give him more authorities in his current seat. The House rules, as you all know, when people's eyes glaze over, but they're actually important, that an appointed Speaker pro tem can do very limited things. However, an elected Speaker pro tem can basically function as, for all intents and purposes, just a normal Speaker of the House, including, really importantly, bringing legislation to the House floor. However, I do think it may take a while to get there. I do think Republicans are likely inclined to exhaust all options on the table. That may include Representative Jim Jordan going for a third ballot. We'll see. But it also may include, as you mentioned, some other folks being nominated to the floor and sort of going through this again. So it feels like all, sort of arrows are pointing in the direction ultimately of a Speaker pro tem being elected and as a result having more authorities. But it just may take a while to get there. And again, I don't think this is necessarily an ideal solution for many Republicans. So I think they will try to avoid it if possible.
Well, Libby, is this kind of like a continuing resolution, but instead of being about funding, it's about being who has the gavel, right? You just give a set date that Speaker McCarthy can, or Speaker McHenry, Speaker pro tem McHenry can act with more powers, and then eventually you are still going to have to deal with getting someone permanently the gavel, and that's still going to be just as hard, however many days or weeks from now.
Yeah, that's a very apt analogy. That's exactly what this is. It's basically just to buy more time for the Republican caucus to sort of coalesce around one candidate. Now that may ultimately be Speaker pro tem McHenry. He's well liked among various different factions within the GOP caucus. He's actually well liked on the other side of the aisle as well. So that could ultimately be sort of the resolution here, that he becomes the permanent speaker. But it may have to kind of go through this sort of first step in order to get there. But I don't want to prejudge this, because as you guys have pointed out, there are a lot of moving parts here. It does seem like, just talking to folks on the Hill, that Republicans don't want to kind of go towards the Speaker pro tem, enabling McHenry as sort of a first step. So I think there will be more steps in between now and then.
Man, every time, if you're with us on YouTube, you see Patrick McHenry just dropping that gavel with the force of all nature behind it. I don't know if he's going to break that thing if he ends up getting it for real, Libby. But let's back up to what's actually happening today. Your note to clients made it pretty clear. Jim Jordan's speaker bid is likely toast. Is that still how you see it after round two?
Yeah, I should have softened that a little bit, but it is
hey,
likely
you're honest.
over. And I am honest. I'm not pulling any punches here. And no disrespect to Representative Jordan. It is difficult when you go on a second ballot and instead of gaining votes, you actually lose net votes. And as Haley points out, while he gained 2 folks, he lost 4. So net, he lost 2, meaning that he's 22 votes away. Pretty difficult 18 votes away from getting that magic 217. That's a pretty big hole from which to dig out of. And then, Joe, we've talked about this before. If he were to try to dig out of that, meaning kind of twisting arms, what deals does he have to make? What promises does he have to make? And that could get him very much in the same situation that former Speaker McCarthy found himself in. So it doesn't feel like a very clear path to getting those 217 votes. So at this point, I would say that yes, his speakership chances are probably toast.
Yeah, Libby, Congressman Womack, who has voted against Jordan, told our colleague Jack Fitzpatrick earlier today that what Jordan and his surrogates need to understand is that this isn't like January. In January, the holdouts were holding out because of policy concerns. Now they're holding out because of concerns about the individual himself, Jim Jordan. It kind of feels, Libby, like all of this is personal, and it's personal for everyone who has tried and failed to be speaker at this point.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys know, I mean, the Speaker of the House plays, lots of important functions, but one, really critical function is a fundraising one. Speaker McCarthy was an, incredibly productive and successful fundraiser on behalf of the Republican conference in the House. Folks would very gladly invite him to their districts. I think the hesitation, Kaylee, and kind of this is where the personal connection comes in, is I do think folks, they're hesitant about Representative Jordan coming to those districts that kind of are purple, if not lean blue, particularly here in New York or in California. So I think there's some reticence about kind of the person and some of his votes and some of his tactics previously, and how that would kind of go over with their own donors. So, and then I think some other folks do have just personal issues with him, just in terms of how Representative Jordan may have navigated the whole when Steve Scalise was nominated. So yes, there are issues abound, needless to say. But again, I think from kind of a market's perspective, as we've talked about, this is mostly noise. But I do think as we get closer without a resolution, I think the folks do start getting kind of nervous that things like the government funding bill and what have you are just going to go by the wayside, and that may increase the chances of a government shutdown.
So that keeps the market on edge, of course. And when you zoom out here, Libby, the news on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue is just as difficult, with President Biden landing in Tel Aviv in a much more complex region than it was even 24 hours earlier, with the summit of Arab leaders being canceled, the blast in the hospital, the president trying to deliver a message of restraint while also supporting Israel at the same time. It's getting pretty complicated here. There are a lot of concerns as we look at the oil market about what could happen in a widening war. When you consider both of these, and we can drill down on the president's trip a little bit more if you like, but the dysfunction on the Hill, the situation the administration of the U.S. is involved in, 2 aircraft carriers steaming into the Eastern Mediterranean, what does the market think?
Yeah, and this is, it basically just adds yet another layer of risk. I mean, clearly the market has been distracted with lots of things. The fact that treasury yields have backed up so much, the fact that they're concerned about kind of the natural buyers of treasury bonds not necessarily showing up to auctions. And then you kind of lay over the domestic dysfunction with the sort of geopolitical tail risk. And it is a lot for the market to digest. You sort of see the bond vigilantes yet again today kind of rearing their heads once again, while yields are continuing to back up. I think that the real concern, of course, for the markets, both from a risk perspective, but also from a commodities perspective, is if there were an expansion or a broadening of this conflict. I mean, obviously, is on a humanitarian level, just tragic all the way around. But I do think kind of what the markets really care about is whether there is sort of more direct confrontation, of course, between the U.S. And either Hezbollah or Iran directly. That is when the markets, I think, would get very, very concerned. I think that still seems to remain a tail risk. It seems that folks are being very careful in their language, very careful about who was responsible for those tragic terrorist attacks and what have you, particularly as it relates to Iran's role. But this is, I think, yet another tail risk for sure that the market would have to sort of have to price in, if you will.
Yeah, and we know that there are things that markets don't like, Libby, and uncertainty, first and foremost, is at the top of that list. So we have uncertainty with the geopolitical situation, uncertainty domestically, and yet you don't really seem, outside of perhaps oil markets, to see much reflected in the markets yet. Do you think they're reading this correctly at this point, given the risks known and unknown?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes you do see your duration rallying, sort of interest rates acting, the treasury rates acting sort of as a safe haven. And we did see that for, for a few days last week, but that is again, sort of rewinding or reversing as, folks start focusing on other things, including the strength of the economy with the retail sales and what have you this week that were just surprisingly strong, just showing that the consumer remains incredibly robust here in the U.S. So I think it's sort of just a question of what markets are focused on right now. I think they're much more focused on sort of the domestic economic data. They're much more focused on what the Fed is saying. We're going to have a lot of Fed speak this week. Chairman Powell will be making some remarks also this week. I think folks are really going to be focused on that, but all the other stuff I think is kind of noise until it's not, right? It's noise until it actually matters, and I think the same thing goes for just the dysfunction or disunity on Capitol Hill. That sort of doesn't matter until it does. I think the markets are just assuming it doesn't matter. But again, as we said, if you get closer to that government shutdown deadline, they may view it just not as much noise, but more as a signal.
No, we've got a month to go to chew on that idea, Libby. It's great to see you, and thanks for the analysis, as always. It's our pleasure to have Libby Cantrill from PIMCO. You mentioned, Kaylee, Steve Womack, who made very similar remarks to CNN earlier today that you mentioned he was giving to Bloomberg earlier about, time to give up the ghost. Here's what he said.
Nobody in America can get 217 right now out of the Republican conference. If that becomes apparent to everybody, then at some point in time, we're going to have to work across the aisle, try to figure out what it's going to take for us to be able to get a speaker elected and then get the ball rolling in Congress once again.
So it's on to Patrick McHenry. It sure seems like, but we have to remind our viewers and listeners, our friends here on Sound On, that literally anything could happen this afternoon. They're not even back in that conference meeting yet.
Yeah, we don't know what will happen over the course of the next hour, day, week. It's just incredibly unpredictable at this moment. And to his point, we don't know if anyone can get 217 votes. Patrick McHenry possibly
he may not
included, knowing he was a very close ally of Kevin McCarthy and helped negotiate that debt ceiling deal that got everybody mad at him in the first place. And ultimately, how that ended.
Slam that thing, Kaylee.
Slam
it.
So hard.
Sam, put that thing on repeat for our viewers on YouTube. The wind-up. The pitch. Long fly ball to left field. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Profits, headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 2:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower across the board. And Ben Laidler, global market strategist at eToro, well, he's blaming the negativity on all the global tension.
Anytime you see rising economic and geopolitical uncertainty, which is what we're seeing now, that is bad for markets. It saps investor confidence, it saps company confidence, and we're just bad at pricing it.
And that's what investors are trying to do right now, is price it. We'll see how that goes. That comment there coming from Bloomberg Surveillance. And right now the Dow is down about 0.5%, down 175 points. The S&P 500 down 0.9%, down 42 points. And the NASDAQ down 1.2%, down 162 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.88%. That's pretty much where we were in 2007. Bloomberg had a hothead on that earlier. We're tracking that closely for you. United Airlines shares down more than 8%. Warning suspension of flights to Tel Aviv, and higher jet fuel costs could drag profit this quarter down. And Morgan Stanley shares, they're plunging more than 6% after profit dropped on a slowdown in its business. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
He lost 2 more votes. Jim Jordan, up for a second round as a potential Speaker of the House, loses 22 members of the Republican conference. Kaylee, he lost 20 yesterday. It's going the wrong way for him. For Kevin McCarthy, he actually did better in each round, or stayed flat, depending on things, and became Speaker after 15. Now there are questions about whether we even see a third round of voting.
And remember, Kevin McCarthy, despite the fact that it took 15 rounds, never dropped below 200 in any round, like Jim Jordan did today. 199 was all he could get.
That was the line of demarcation for Libby Cantrell, who we just spoke with in her note to clients. You fall through 200, it's like watching a technical pattern in a stock chart here. The chart is broken, Kaylee.
Yeah, certainly things are unpredictable at the moment, including the fact that we cannot predict what Jim Jordan does from here.
Yeah.
The thinking was he's going to be willing to sit on the floor and go through a number of votes, do what it takes for him to get the gavel. We'll just see whether or not that can hold and for how long.
We ran the headline, though, that he was not giving up.
Yeah. His spokesperson said not dropping out, but didn't we hear that from Steve Scalise before he then dropped out? So,
and it was later that evening.
Yeah.
Wendy Benjaminson is with us at the table, Bloomberg Washington senior editor, who's helping to run our coverage of all this madness. Wendy, it's pretty hard to tell what's going to happen here, but is Jim Jordan dealing with reality? Is he knocking on doors, making phone calls? Can you imagine being in that office with Jim Jordan at the door right now?
Yeah, no, and I'd probably, what we're hearing from a lot of these members of Congress is they are barring the door at this point. He is, the way he is going about getting votes may be why his vote count is dropping. He's apparently, using the sort of things we all know here in Washington that Jim Jordan can be, which is sort of bullying and aggressive, and he is kind of threatening members. And, there's a way to get votes, and there's a way to harden people against you.
So this isn't the way.
Maybe this isn't the way to get people to come around to your side.
I thought Sean Hannity was doing the bullying for him.
Yeah, well, that too, and that's deeply resented by a lot of members of the conference. Even the conservative members are saying, this isn't how this is done, which is exactly what Jim Jordan thinks his selling point is that I'm not going to do things the way they've been done. But at this point, we've had 2 former speakers, Newt Gingrich and John Boehner, come out and say, just give Patrick McHenry the power.
It was funny. Congressman Moskowitz from Florida came out down the steps and said, I'm making BBB T-shirts. Bring back Boehner. That was the first thing he said to reporters.
The White House has some of those kicking around still from Build Back Better, I think. Those might still be usable.
Well, didn't Boehner get a vote in this round also? Or in the prior round? Someone voted for him.
That's excellent.
And John Boehner definitely does not want to come back to Congress.
No.
Okay, but if it's not Boehner, and the question, Wendy, is if Jordan is just hardening people against him, is not going to be able to get the requisite votes, then is Patrick McHenry the only option, or do we start to hear a revival of names like Kevin Hearn or Tom Emmer?
That's one of the options. The one that seems to have the most possibility is to empower Patrick McHenry, the acting speaker, with enough powers to allow legislation to pass, because that's this is the only thing that can be going on in the House right now. And the Senate is dealing with, aid to Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan and all these things. And the House can't do anything about it. So, yes, empowering Patrick McHenry to let the House do some business is one. Getting another candidate on board, like an Emmer or someone like that, who might be a consensus candidate, is another. Maybe Jim Jordan trying some honey instead of vinegar to get some people to come around. But yes, in fact, there's a story on the terminal right now saying what's next, and all of those options are there, but none of them are coming out as clear.
We talked to Seth Moulton last hour about this idea. He said, yes, he's open to considering it, and was speaking with someone on the floor about it as recently as 10 minutes earlier. That's while the vote was still underway. For Jim Jordan. Should we assume then Hakeem Jeffries is already talking to Patrick McHenry about what might come next?
Yes, I think we can assume that. Or what Patrick McHenry should be doing, or his allies, is convincing enough Democrats to vote for this plan. Because right now, Hakeem Jeffries got 13 more votes than Jim Jordan did. He got all the Democrats. The Democrats would then have to agree not to make Patrick McHenry Speaker of the House, but just to give him enough power to get a few things done. And if the president is urging Democrats to do that so that his legislation can go through, then they might come around. But then that is for how long? For 45 days till the end of the year? Till January 20th, 2025, the next inauguration day? We'll have to see.
Yeah, we were just joking with Libby Cantrell in the segment before this that it's like a continuing resolution, but for the speaker.
It kind of is,
you just kind of punt.
Although I will say, Kaylee, Rick Davis was making the point last hour that if Republicans do that, they are ruining themselves, and they have to figure out a long-term deal for Patrick McHenry, or we're doing this for the next year. And it makes you wonder if that's possible, right?
I'm exhausted at the prospect.
Does Hakeem bring a block of voters? Does he bring the whole caucus? How full-throated would that support be is my question.
I think, given the issues that the House wants to get through, including aid to Israel, Hakeem Jeffries has to deal with his rest of caucus on the left, which isn't as excited about.
Vote for Republican.
They won't vote for Republican, and they may not vote for aid to Israel. So they may not want to, empower Patrick McHenry to stymie that. There's a lot of three-dimensional chess going on, and it doesn't look good for Republicans in 24. They want to be the party that governs, and they're not governing without a speaker.
Yeah, they literally aren't capable of it right now. They can't do anything. To your point that you were making earlier, though, about whether or not Democrats could get pressure from the president if there's things legislatively he would like to see get done, our understanding, our reporting here at Bloomberg, is he's going to ask for $100 billion, tying Israel funding with Ukraine funding, possibly also with Taiwan, and border funding. Does a bundle make it easier or harder, given what you were just saying? Some Democrats might not be comfortable with that Israel funding. Republicans might not be comfortable with Ukraine. Does it make it harder to get it over the finish line?
Well, the good old-fashioned way is to package it like that. So a Rashida Tlaib, who would be probably against a lot of aid to Israel, could say, yeah, I know, but it also gave aid to Ukraine, and it also helped Taiwan, and it also did this. And so it gives members cover to do that. The Senate wants to go ahead and get this passed, even though constitutionally, money bills have to start in the House. But if there is no House, then the Senate is left with starting the ball rolling on their end. And remember that Republicans are usually more in favor of foreign aid, and there are some Senate Republicans who will be coming out this afternoon to push for aid to Israel and Ukraine. And so maybe that will juice some of these guys on the House, but not right now. It's a mess.
Producer James has dug up this moment. You are right. There was one vote for the former speaker, who's probably sitting back right now listening to us with a glass of red wine and a joint. This is what it sounds
John
like.
Boehner of the state of Ohio has received one.
Listen to the reaction.
That's amazing.
Yes, John Boehner gets one.
He was driven out by Jim Jordan's crowd.
Yes, how
by
true.
the House Freedom Caucus.
I mean, this is the comedy you can't write. I mean, if you put this, this would be like House of Cards. Well, that wouldn't happen. Nobody believes
Right,
that. And
exactly.
this is actually happening.
It is actually. Where's Kevin Spacey to save us all?
How true.
Wasn't it Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis who said it was Veep and
Yeah,
now it's House
right.
of Cards?
Right.
Point being that it's like a fictional TV show,
Right.
except it is
And
our
it's
reality.
not a comedy any longer.
Exactly right.
Things are getting dark.
So what are we looking for here in the next phase? You're waiting to find out if there's a third round. They're going to go behind closed doors and knock each other's heads together.
Well, I think what I heard is they are now in recess.
Yeah.
Again. And somebody
Martini lunch, maybe.
Yeah, maybe 3 martini lunch at the Monocle Club. Yeah,
sure.
But they are. Jordan probably is running around trying to get to those 22 people and try to get them to vote and try to see if it's worth having another round of votes. The one thing he seems to be missing is he should not be holding votes unless he knows the outcome, and he needs someone to whip count, to count those votes, and then hold another vote. If he wants to just keep throwing caution to the wind and voting, I guess we can all do this. We now know what we want to say. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the
Well,
counting has proven very difficult, it seems, over the last 2 days. Although there were allies. Scott Perry came out today before the vote and said, look, he probably will lose more votes than he did yesterday. So it seems like they were trying to set expectations. So
Still no closer to a speaker.
Exactly.
God knows it. When you see the headlines rolling across the terminal or the story pops up on your app or whatever it is, it's Wendy who edited that stuff and made it happen. Wendy Benjaminson, thank you for stopping by, as always,
Thanks for having me.
with great analysis. And apologies to John Boehner as we get an update on the news now. Steve Rappaport has the latest world and national news from the headlines in the newsroom, I should say, in New York. Steve, I can talk. What do you have?
Thanks, Joe. The House is still searching for a new speaker. As we know, Republican Congressman Jim Jordan came up short in his second try for the gavel. 22 Republicans refused to back their colleague, and all Democrats voted for the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Kevin McCarthy, after being ousted, some people still want him. He actually got 5 votes. The House went into recess after Jordan came up short again with no votes scheduled. His message to the people of Israel.
You're not alone. You are not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone.
President Biden speaking in Tel Aviv after meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The president was to attend a summit in Jordan with Middle East leaders, but Jordanian officials canceled the meeting after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza killed hundreds of people. Each side blames the other for the blast. The White House says a current assessment is that Israel was not responsible for the Gaza hospital blast, but officials say they are still collecting evidence. Prosecutors in New Mexico say they will recharge Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter for the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the set of the film Rust 2 years ago. Baldwin was rehearsing a scene when a gun he was holding fired a live round. The actor insists he never pulled the trigger and therefore is not responsible for the death of Halyna Hutchins. Baldwin's case will be brought before a special grand jury in mid-November. That's according to Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey. Charges were dropped last year after suggestions that the gun might have been modified. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg. Stay tuned for more Sound On coming up.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 2:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower this hour. The Fed's Beige Book, the outlook for the U.S. economy, according to the Beige Book, is stable or may show softer expansion, so not too bad, but try telling that to investors. The Beige Book also says labor market tightness continues to ease across the nation, so that should be good news for investors as well. But investors may have their eye on other things. And Jennifer McCune, she's global chief economist at Capital Markets. She's among those bracing for an economic slowdown.
Effective interest rates are now starting to rise. We think maybe we're about half of the way through feeling the effect of the policy tightening that's come. So we're looking at the remaining half and the extent to which that starts to really hit consumer spending, for example.
And McCune there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. And investors are also looking at instability, war in the Middle East, and also the instability on Capitol Hill we've been talking about here on Sounddown. And the Dow right now down 0.6%, down 227 points. The S&P 500 down 1%, down 46 points. The NASDAQ down 1.3% now, down 175 points. The yield on the 10-year right now just about 4.89%, so creeping higher. We were even higher earlier on the yield, and we're certainly sitting at the highest level since 2007. So that is getting very careful scrutiny today. Also, COMEX Gold and NYMEX Crude, they are both trading higher. And Morgan Stanley shares, those are down just about 6% after reporting quarterly results. So that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
President Biden is still in Israel, but it's a much shorter trip to the Middle East than was first planned, as a summit of Arab leaders was canceled yesterday following the explosion at the hospital in Gaza City. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. The president did speak on a few different occasions. He had a bilateral meeting today, Kaylee, with Benjamin Netanyahu, and referred to the blame game with that hospital blast, if we can call it that, saying he believes it was the other team.
Meaning not Israel.
How the choice of words went over there. But he reiterated that in his speech, a more formal speech later on. He also reiterated the message that Hamas does not represent all Palestinians, and as he urges restraint, this is an important part of the conversation. Let's listen to the president.
The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, their communications tunnels in residential areas. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world. I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza.
The backdrop of this speech, this whole visit now, is really difficult for the president, having seen the summit canceled, but the sentiment in the Arab world seems to be changing around him as well.
Yeah, remember, he wasn't just making this trip to express support for Israel, to see what it needs, even to just address the issue of the American hostages and citizens who are understood to be in Gaza. It also partially was about engaging some of these other countries in the Middle East, Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, Jordan, trying to make sure, A, that there's humanitarian aid cooperation with a country like Egypt, but also B, that this doesn't escalate any further. And even if now he's saying the intelligence the U.S. has suggests that it wasn't Israel that was responsible for what happened in the hospital yesterday, optically, things already changed before he could say that conclusion out loud.
Yep, absolutely right. It's something that we hope to speak with Dan Flatley about. Is Dan with us? It looks like he is, because the message on Hamas is important here, with Bloomberg now reporting that the U.S. is taking action, essentially financial action, against Hamas, which is interesting to me because it's frequently described as a non-state that's very difficult to track. We've heard, in fact, crypto from part of your other world invoked in the way Hamas does business.
Indeed. Now, there's some debate around crypto as Hamas's primary source of funding. What we do know, Joe, is that this is a group that is heavily backed by Iran, which has been one of the questions lingering over this really since the attacks on the 7th.
So as the U.S. targets the financial network of Hamas, we do bring in Dan Flatley, a Bloomberg national security reporter. Dan, how are they going about doing this?
Yeah, hi, Joe and Kaylee. It's good to be with you. Essentially, what they're doing is starting small with about 10 sanctions today on the financial network that Hamas uses to raise money, not just for its operations, like we saw a couple of weeks ago, obviously, but also to support some of its leadership. So it's a secret financial network, as Treasury is calling it, run by about 6 individuals. They also sanctioned 2 members of Hamas's leadership and a crypto wallet that had previously been seized by Israel. So I think they're trying to, tread a bit delicately here because there's a lot of different complicated diplomatic efforts underway, and you don't necessarily want to sanction somebody that you may have to work with, but there's certainly an effort to kind of tighten the noose, as it were, around some of Hamas's financing.
Okay, so Dan, is that another way of saying we could see this expanded potentially? They're just going to do so in a very careful and targeted way?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to look at it, Kaylee. I mean, one of the things that you'll notice in the action that was taken today is there was an individual who was sanctioned in Qatar. Now, obviously, that is an ally, a sometime ally of the U.S., but is also playing host to some elements of Hamas's leadership. So I think that there's a bit of a delicate dance going on between the U.S. and its allies and partners in terms of trying to target some of these individuals without ticking off people that it needs on its side, basically, as we've seen some of the images come out of Israel and Gaza over the last several days. There's a lot of sensitivities around this, so it's a delicate dance, basically.
Dan, I'm just curious, in a separate conversation here from what you're reporting specific to the targeting of Hamas's financial networks, that $6 billion that was quote-unquote refrozen, I'm not sure we're actually using that term right now, you can tell me, but would be held in an account and not delivered to Iran as was dictated in a prisoner swap deal. The U.S. actually holds those purse strings, even though that's in a Qatari bank account. Is that the latest on this, or has it changed?
Yeah, Joe. I mean, I think that's basically the situation. I mean, the terms of that agreement are a little fuzzy because it's, a lot of international finance when you get into these murky flows is like this. But basically, Treasury and the Office of Foreign Assets Control, which does a lot of the sanctions work, has some visibility into the requests that come in from Iran for the use of that $6 billion fund. And it's only supposed to be for humanitarian purposes, of course. But Treasury has the ability to sort of throttle that, so to speak, if the requests are, not what they are looking for in terms of humanitarian aid. Now, they can only really do that because of this agreement with the Qatari government. And obviously the US dollar has primacy here, and there's a whole kind of financial background to this, but it's still a little bit of a, it's not a straightforward exercise of US power. It's a little bit of a sleight of hand, a little bit of a diplomatic sleight of hand, if you will.
Dan, thanks for all of your great reporting. Find the story on the terminal as the U.S. targets Hamas's financial network and key members, 6 of them to be specific, with sanctions. Dan Flatley, our national security reporter. We thank you for the time, as always. Kaylee and I will have some final thoughts coming up here as we wrap hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. If you're just joining us, we still don't have a speaker, and the president is still in Israel. We'll have a lot more straight ahead here, including an update on markets, world and national news, all here on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. With Kaylee, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Chances are if you pay for childcare, you've been paying a lot more lately, but that doesn't mean companies in the business are necessarily making money hand over fist. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow explains.
Childcare prices have risen at a breakneck clip in the U.S. The Bank of America Institute says average monthly payments for childcare in September were 32% higher than the 2019 annual average. Since 1990, childcare prices have risen faster than prices for essentials like housing, transportation, and groceries. And costs are set to climb even higher. An estimated 70,000 centers are likely to close now that $24 billion in government aid that kept the centers open during the pandemic has dried up. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you, Karen. And people shopping for Cheerios, Yoplait, and Green Giant veggies have been more cautious and bargain aware lately. That means fewer grocery items made by General Mills were sold in the last quarter. The company says volumes decreased, but revenues rose by even more, and shares of General Mills up 0.6% on their price increases. And when you think of a $100,000 vehicle, Does a Jeep cross your mind? Increasingly, it probably should, because the brand has been pushing heavier into luxury with options-loaded versions of its full-size SUVs topping 6 figures. That's helping make Jeep owners Stellantis a more profitable company. But Bloomberg Businessweek also says it is alienating those core customers who've kept Jeep on the road all the preceding decades, those wanting tough but reasonably priced machines if they want to go off the road.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from Washington with some final thoughts ahead. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lines. I'm glad you're with us on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. Just keep it on all day. You'll see Bloomberg Businessweek coming up in just 5 minutes. It's the coolest thing on the internet, which we would not be able to do without world and national news. Let's do that right now. Steve Rappaport has the latest for us in the newsroom in New York. Hi, Steve.
Thanks, Joe. Round 2 in the race for House Speaker started with a nomination from Congressman Tom Cole.
I think the decision in front of us is far, far too important for that. But I am very proud to place in nomination the name of our good friend, my good friend, our Republican candidate for Speaker, the Honorable Jim Jordan of Ohio.
And for the second time, Jordan came up short in his bid for the gavel. 22 Republicans refused to back their colleague, up from 20 in the first round. 5 Republicans voted for ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy, all Democrats voting for Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. President Biden visited Israel today as the war with Hamas rages on. The terror group killed 1,400 people and took dozens of hostages in the unprecedented attack. The president sought to reassure the families of those who are missing.
We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages.
The president, speaking in Tel Aviv, also said Israel agreed to let humanitarian aid flow into Gaza from Egypt. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell gets a contract extension that will keep him at the helm through March of 2027. Since taking charge, Goodell has nearly tripled the league's revenue to about $20 billion a year. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Steve, thanks. Kaylee Lines, I just wonder if this whole speaker battle ends up coming down to one of the most narrow, esoteric issues that we have in Washington. You and I have talked it up and down. It hits home in New York and California and Connecticut, and that would be Matt Miller's signature issue.
Oh, I hope Matt's listening.
Of SALT.
Yes.
Is this real?
State and local tax deduction cap is what we're referring to here. And according to our colleagues, Samantha Handler and Eric Wasson, Jim Jordan told some of these moderate New York Republicans who are not voting for him for Speaker, he would support doubling the SALT cap to $20,000. This is according to California Republican Mike Garcia. That deal was not accepted, but it goes to show you, Joe, that Jim Jordan's trying to get this thing done, and there's a few things he might process.
So this is the deal making that we were told would not happen. It could also be viewed as extortion or bribery. You're kidding me. You think Mike Lawler, after this kind of opposition, is going to move on SALT?
It might be tough.
I don't know. This is the pet issue. It's more of a dare, I suppose, to vote against this or to say no to this offer, right?
Perhaps. We were talking with Wendy Benjamin earlier about the idea of there's honey and there's vinegar. Maybe this is a little bit more honey, but we know there's been a bit of vinegar as well, and you're starting to see some of these Republican holdouts, not necessarily just from New York, coming out on Twitter. Congressman Mike Simpson, for example, saying intimidation and threatening tactics do not work. Congresswoman Kay Granger, intimidation and threats will not change my position.
Wow. Look, that's we were watching Kay Granger for a lot of reasons here and talk about those who are left in the establishment. That's the chair of the Appropriations Committee talking like that. Intimidation? What did she say?
Threats and intimidation.
That's
Those tactics will not work on her, she
says.
Look,
we'll be back here for Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV at 5 o'clock. We don't know if there's going to be a vote around that time. They could all go home. The House technically is in recess. The question, Kaylee, is will there be a third round for Jim Jordan?
And that is a question we await the answer to.
That's for sure. Boy, what an hour. Another day like this, huh?
I'm
Fresh
getting
off the
tired,
hill.
Joe.
Yeah, she's exhausted. She's already run 10 miles on marble today. Kaylee, thank you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. A great conversation. Subscribe to the podcast. And again, we'll meet you back on Bloomberg TV at 5 o'clock. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. We are streaming on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek on this Wednesday, October 18th, 2023.
It's a big day. Got big earnings. We got Netflix and Tesla after the close. We're going to be all over those results as they cross. And Carol, when you look at the trade today, stocks are lower, U.S. yields up once again. Does it feel like every day you come in and the 10-year hits a high, there's like another superlative?
I know. I feel like, okay.
Abigail Doolittle's laughing because she knows exactly what I'm talking about.
She so knows. We're going to get into the trade. We're going to get into earnings because we're going to be all over them after the closing bell. We're also all over the latest from the Middle East, descending into an all too familiar nightmare. So it begs the question, is peace even possible? We have a great guest on that.
Yeah, we're going to be joined by Bobby Ghosh just a little bit later. Also, Americans' net worth surging as one forecaster sees more U.S. economic hardship ahead. There's sort of these tensions right now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
right.
but that's kind of creating the tension.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. So we're going to get into that. Also, speaking of tension, Ozempic, good for a lot of folks who have diabetes, good for folks who want to lose weight, and they're finding that it's treating other ailments. It doesn't necessarily mean bad things for like the makers of glucose monitors and other things. We're going to have a story that kind of gets into that.
Yeah, it's in the forthcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week magazine, but you can read it now on the Bloomberg terminal. Also, the CEO of Cohesity talking all about cybersecurity in an AI world.
Yeah.
Cannot talk enough cybersecurity.
No, exactly, right? It's kind of so much a part of our existence at this point. Also, we're going to get into, speaking of CEOs, the CEO of the Mom Project, which counts Serena Williams as a strategic partner. We're going to talk about self-made female professionals. So kind of looking forward to that. In terms, especially coming out of the pandemic, we saw what that meant for a lot of folks who wanted to start their own businesses, for women in particular. But this is an organization that's all in on this.
Yeah, all about flexibility and making sure that women, particularly women, are matched with jobs where their employer has a focus on, the changing way that people are working.
It's an interesting time. We are obviously focused so much on the geopolitics, as Tim and I mentioned. We're going to talk about that. Having said that, we've got earnings which make us dig into the specifics of companies and some big names that can move the market. So how does that change potentially sentiment? What does it tell us about consumers and consumer spending? We're going to get into all of that on a day when we continue to, as you say, be focused when it comes to the markets on rates. Having said that, with the markets, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, and we're going to talk about what's going on in the trade. Countdown to the close. It starts now.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld. We're joined right now by our colleagues Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek live from the Fishbowl. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, originals, and our partnership with YouTube. Counting down to the closing bells with stocks right now on the back foot, Carol Masser. We talk about session lows here, but I know you're taking a look at some data that says, well, things might be a little rosier than what the market is actually reflecting.
Well, remember that sales data report that reminded us that folks are still out spending in a lot of different categories. So it speaks to the strength of the consumer. Well, the Fed out with some data as well. And this is where they look specifically at household balance sheets. And what they're finding is Americans' net worth surged by the most in decades during the pandemic. We get it, right? There was a lot of stimulus that came into individual households. Here's some numbers. Inflation-adjusted median net worth jumping 37% to $192,900 from 2019 to 2022. The point is, this has provided momentum certainly coming into this year, and we continue to see it in a lot of statistics.
But the problem is, this is exactly what the Fed is up against. The Fed is up against people with more money spending more, and the cost of goods rising as a result of inflation. When people go after more stuff and there's less of that stuff, Romaine, the prices for those things go up. It's basic economics. So the Fed has its work still cut out for it, especially if Americans continue to have robust spending patterns.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the case here. And we talk about the Fed as sort of what they're trying to accomplish. Obviously, they want some sort of a tempering of spending, or at least on certain types of goods here. But then, of course, there's also, Katie, not just the consumer side of this, but also the market side of this and what the Fed is trying to do there as well.
Absolutely. There's a really interesting story out on the terminal. Talking to Torsten Slok, of course, we know him as the chief economist over at Apollo. His message was basically that what we're seeing from the Fed, those interest rate hikes, they're working. And the message from policymakers is that they want you to move into risk-free assets. And when you think about the tightening of financial conditions, how that works its way into the markets, of course, you move out of those really riskier, more growthier type bets into the safety of money market funds, dare I say, and that's the cycle that Torsten sees playing out.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, when you look at the moves that you've seen on the long end of the curve and the idea of a market trying to price in a higher premium too, that to a certain extent, I mean, that's not necessarily in concert with what the Fed wants. It's almost, to a certain extent, kind of in conflict with it.
Is there evidence of this actually happening yet, though? I mean, yes, we've seen equity markets take a little bit of a dive last year. Certainly that happened. But this year we saw, continue to see quite the surge, I think, relatively speaking, Romaine, given what the economic backdrop is.
What more evidence do you want, Tim Stenovic? Do you not have a Bloomberg terminal?
I do have a Bloomberg terminal, but I mean, I look at the S&P 500 and what, up, more than 12% so far this year. It continues to be. Doesn't show that people are leaving these riskier assets.
12% this year. Okay, that's good.
That's good. Last year
was. What's it up since June 30th?
Probably not very much.
Romaine, I always know when you ask a question, you already know the answer to it.
But you think about what's happening with small caps. I don't know if the S&P 500 is necessarily the right measure, because you think about those mega cap companies that, of course, are stuffed into the S&P 500. They're okay. They can probably handle their
At least 7 of them are okay, according to Slok.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's Carol wearing? This is this color scheme on your shirt.
It's a Rorschach test.
Oh, okay. You want to know what I see?
And you fail. No. Well, you know what's interesting? What Torsten Slok says, how people are struggling to pay higher rates. Just take a look at the mortgage applications down to a 28-year low. So, those higher rates are having an impact. And, this is where policy certainly impacts actions. And we're definitely seeing it play out in housing. So we'll see. We'll give you a second take at what this stress Rorschach test is taking.
Okay, I'll give it some thought.
Or maybe we'll cover Netflix and Tesla earnings. Maybe that's a little bit more important later.
What's more fun?
I don't know. Probably target me. All right, guys, we'll be back in less than an hour's time. We're going to count you down to the close. We have a lot of big earnings, Tesla, Netflix among them, coming after the close. We're going to be all over them. Join us at 4 p.m. Wall Street time for Beyond the Bell.
I've got a feeling that keeps me on my toes. Oh, yeah.
I would say that there is a lot of feelings when it comes to the markets and kind of where we go. But we've definitely, just talking with our team here in terms of the equity trade, we're down near lows. We can continue to see pressure on U.S. yields. They're off their highs of the day, but nonetheless, you feel like we're getting a yield curve that's 5% across all levels. So let's get to it. We also had some Fed commentary today. We had Fed minutes as well. With us is Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle and Stuart Paul, Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist, with us both in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Where do I begin? I want to start with you, Abigail. We just talked with Romaine and Katie a little bit about the trade and some of the commentary that's out there. Talk to us about what's interesting for you here.
This sell-off for stocks, we, as you just mentioned, are at session lows. That S&P 500 down 1.3%, the NASDAQ 100 down the same amount, the SOX down 2%, the Russell 2000 down 2%.
Facebook, forgive me, not minutes out today.
Yes, and I would say that there are a couple different pressures here. One being yields. You all were just talking about the superlative. So there, of course, is the one for the 10-year yield, the highest since July of 2007 or some point in 2007. The 2-year yield is the one that really has my eye, though. The highest since July 5th of 2006. It's in a wonky chart technical pattern right now, very separate from bond technicals, that suggests that it could very quickly go to 570, 580. That really pressures stocks. It means money's coming out of the system. Everything gets more expensive. Liquidity comes out.
What could go to 570?
The 2-year yield. It looks, just from a chart technical standpoint, It looks as though it's going to go quickly higher. And then simultaneously, we have oil, WTI crude right now at 88, Brent crude at 91. You have copper higher, you have gold higher, you have wheat higher. So those are potential inflationary pressures. And of course, today we had the energy report, the oil report coming out with tighter supplies, pointing to the idea that we could have inflation for some of these commodities. So when you put it together, it's painful for stocks. And I think that's what we're seeing.
And the Fed Beige Book says it sees the U.S. outlook as stable or slightly weaker. So, Stuart, come on in on that.
Yeah, the Beige Book was sort of interesting because it hit a more optimistic tone, but there wasn't really a cohesive narrative that you could weave through the entire thing. If you break it
Great,
down
guys. Thanks for all getting the message.
Yeah. It's anecdotal.
Yeah. So not only does it vary regionally, but then when you try to slice the data based on the different economic variables, it becomes harder to parse together. So, for example, you see services providers saying that they're experiencing some wage pressures, and it's difficult to pass along those input cost pressures to consumers because consumers are becoming a little bit more delicate in their spending patterns. They're becoming a little bit more fragile. Their balance sheets are more fragile. But if you then look at what they're saying about the labor market, it's not as rosy. They're indicating that there's some softness coming in the labor market. But if that were the case, why would there be wage pressures that they're having trouble passing along? So it seems to be sort of a disjointed report, sort of the thing that indicates that we're perhaps at a bit of a turning point, or at least at some sort of a point that would correspond to a slowdown. But again, that's really difficult to parse with the economic data we saw even just this week.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Stuart. Perfect segue. I mean, how do you reconcile a slowdown with the retail sales data we got yesterday and then, of course, industrial production as well?
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing that we have to try to figure out when we're trying to compare survey-based data like consumer sentiment with the actual hard data like we see with spending. Just spending is outright robust. On a seasonally adjusted basis, at least that's the case. And it's really difficult to say that there's a looming slowdown, imminent. The amount of momentum that we're seeing coming out of Q3 is pretty strong.
Right.
And based on any retail sale, any model of GDP growth, any estimates through Q3 based on retail sales data, anybody after yesterday's data has to revise up their estimates.
I want to bring Abigail back, but just a real quick question on retail, because after we were talking about it yesterday, somebody messaged me, and, hey, retail sales are up because because total volume, the dollar amount, because things are more expensive, not that people are actually spending more. Is that fair?
Sure, you could deflate it by CPI, but it's not as though we had any sort of negative real retail sales. We still had a gangbusters retail sales report with 60 basis points of growth in the control group on a nominal basis. It's a lot.
All right, so come back in, Abigail. And what I am curious about the trade is how much is geopolitics, how much is economic news, Fed talk, earnings? How do you kind of parse through all those things?
So I'm glad you were mentioning earnings because we do, of course, have Netflix and Tesla after the bell, as you all were just talking about. And I was talking to Steve Sosnick over at Interactive Brokers. And so to me today, the reason that I reached out to him to talk to him was yields. I mean, yields shooting crazy higher. The 2-year yield, again, poised to go towards 6%. As you mentioned, the whole yield curve close to 5%. When you have a yield curve that starts to steepen and normalize like that after having been inverted, typically it does harbinger the recession that we've all been waiting for so long.
We've been waiting for this for 3 years.
I know, for so long. Although I will still bring up the point, there was actually officially, per at least the old definition of a recession last year. But back to Tesla and Netflix, Steve was talking about the idea that something that for Tesla over the last number of quarters, the stock has moved 10% up or down after the various reports. And I think Netflix is pretty volatile as well. But when you look at the implied volatility on those stocks, it's not showing. Investors are complacent. So while we do have the VIX, the uncertainty index, if you will, on the S&P 500, basically at a 20 handle, you have the VIXN at a 24, and you also have the Russell 2000 VIX at a 24. These individual stocks, these magnificent 7, 50% of the NASDAQ 100, 30% or more of the S&P 500, investors are complacent. I would say just taking a look at the chart on these stocks, it looks as though there could be some weakness ahead. So this might actually go micro in addition to macro from the geopolitical standpoint and the yield story.
Stuart, we'll go. Were you going to say something, Carol?
Was it Torsten Slack? Who was it that was saying, like, we've got to have like an S&P 500?
S&P 493. That was Torsten Slack. Yeah.
Well, we kind of do. We have the SPW, which is the equal weighted one, and that one is similar to the Russell 2000. It's down down well below its 200-day moving average, and it's also in a death cross, which for certain securities is ominous. For the equal weighted, I'm not sure, but for the Russell 2000, it's typically pretty bearish.
So how do you watch that stuff in your world, Stuart? Like, how do you watch the micro versus the macro when we get to earnings season at Bloomberg
I
Economics?
mean, you have a trading background, right?
A little bit. So there are a few different ways to cut it. When we're thinking about markets, first and foremost, we're always going to be thinking about rates. When we're going through earnings season, the things that we're paying attention to most are always going to be the banks, just because they serve as the conduit of monetary policy into the real economy. So when you see banks that are blowing out earnings, as we did with the first three banks at least.
You breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief?
We do. We definitely breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. It's tricky if they're blowing out earnings estimates based on FIC and investment banking as opposed to lending. But if they're meeting all their capital requirements and they still show they have a lot of liquidity, then it at least indicates that there is some additional lending capacity if that loan demand is there. Looking at the beige book, it seems as though pricing, or where we're seeing rates right now, is keeping borrowers at bay. So even though banks still have lending capacity and they're doing well enough in terms of generating earnings growth, it's not the sort of thing that's necessarily going to bring about lending, because consumers are still somewhat cautious. At least they don't want to get overextended at this point in the business cycle.
All right. So where do we go from here? Because I just think about, there is so much coming at investors right now and trying to figure out what metrics actually help us determine longer term activity. Maybe we're not there yet, Abigail?
I don't know. This Russell 2000 is pretty concerning to me, just from a technical standpoint. It's right at the bottom of the range, so there's a possibility we could see a bounce back higher, and we cannot exclude that. But the uptrend, the one-year uptrend or longer than one-year uptrend, has been snapped. You have this death cross, which typically they've been very bearish in the past. And I go back to a former mentor and boss of mine, Hugh Johnson. I just remember in 2007 when he was walking around, really agitated. And at that point, I didn't know why, but I found out a month later it was because he had started to reduce client portfolio holdings to small cap, mainly because of the breakdown. That was ahead of the bigger breakdown. Now, I'm not making the case for like a 2007, 2008 type of event, but when you have small cap, these growthier, more domestic-based companies start to sell off like this on a collective basis, if they don't snap back higher, it could be of a concern, especially, to your point, against the backdrop of this rising rate, because it makes it more challenging for all stocks.
All right, speaking of challenging, so our David Weston's talking with Jay Powell at the New York Economic Club tomorrow. Stuart, what do you think Powell's kind of job is, considering the geopolitical backdrop and kind of the questions that are out there?
It's really difficult because he's going to want to take into consideration that there are geopolitical risks out there that could suppress global growth across the board.
Do you think he'll say that we're going to stay the course? Just got about 20 seconds.
He has to. He has to say that he's going to stay the course in the fight for inflation if he wants to maintain any credibility in the inflation fight. So it's a difficult needle to thread. And I think that he's going to end up skewing towards saying there are things like global oil prices that the Fed cannot control. And in an effort to rein in inflation domestically, we need to continue leaning against the labor market and consumption.
A little data dependency might be in there as well. Hey, guys, thank you so much. Of course, Stuart Paul, Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist, and Bloomberg News Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle, really just kind of laying it out for us on this Wednesday. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, watching us as well on YouTube and Bloomberg Streaming. This is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 3:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. This update brought to you by Glenmead. Glenmead offers sophisticated wealth and investment management solutions combined with the personalized service you deserve. Your wealth, your mission, your investments. Let's talk. Visit Glenmead.com to learn more. And we check the markets all day long for you here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower as we head into the close. The Fed's Beige Book report is out. Fed says the outlook for the U.S. economy is stable or may show softer expansion. So not a wildly exuberant tone, but not horrible either when you think about it. And some investors are shaking it off, including Patrick Spencer, Vice Chair of Equities at Robert W. Baird.
The market actually looks through the current problems and it climbs a wall of worry. And our outlook for earnings this year in the US is up 0.4%, 7% for Q4, and for 12% earnings next year.
And Spencer there on Bloomberg Television, uncertainty over the House Speaker and also the war in the Middle East among the things weighing on investors. And we are solidly lower right now. The Dow down 0.8%, 265 points lower. The S&P down 1.2%, down 51. The NASDAQ down 1.5%, down 200 points. The yield on the 10-year sitting at 4.9%. That is pretty much the highest level since 2007, so that's very notable. And we have NYMEX crude, spot gold also trading higher, and Netflix shares and Tesla are in focus before their expected results after the bell. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, their communications tunnels in residential areas.
That, of course, was President Biden. A reminder that there are civilians in Gaza, civilians in Israel that are caught in the middle of this conflict. President Biden, as we mentioned earlier from Tel Aviv, speaking to reporters, also saying the U.S. will not stand by and do nothing in its support for Israel during the country's ongoing conflict with Hamas. The president adding he will ask Congress this week for a package for Israel to help ensure it can defend itself.
The Israel-Hamas conflict has put an end, at least for now, to a hopeful narrative of what was supposed to be a, quote, new Middle East, one that ended old enmities between Israel and the Arab world in the pursuit of stability, and is now looking like something else that's horribly familiar. And things may only get worse, Carol.
Perhaps more so. So writes Sylvia Westall in the remarks section of the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week, which will be out and is already online and on the Bloomberg. Lots to talk about. Back with us is Bobby Ghosh. He's Bloomberg opinion columnist. He covers culture, but, you know, as a reminder, he spent many years covering foreign affairs, particularly from conflict zones in the Middle East. So much that he understands about the Middle East and the conflicts there. Bobby, good to have you back with us. A lot to try and keep abreast of. Having said that, Sylvia Westall writes in the remarks section and asks, can there ever be peace with the Palestinians? Can there?
Well, it's a question that I've been asking myself for the best part of 3 decades now. And every time there seems even the slimmest hope that there might be some movement in that direction, something like what we've seen happen over the past 8 or 9 days happens and pushes that prospect back even farther. The one thing we can say without any doubt now, after trying for 25 years, that violence is not going to bring peace. That the status quo of Israel keeping Palestinians essentially cooped up in the world's largest prison, as some people have described it, of Gaza, that's not the solution. Other solutions ought to be tried. The idea of a two nation states living cheek by jowl has been brought up every now and again, but has never really been given a chance to flourish. I think after the events that we are seeing unfold now, and it'll be a while before they've fully played out, perhaps we need to go back to trying that one.
What would that look like, Bobby?
Well, that would look like Palestinians having a bigger say in their future, having something like a state. That would look like the deal that was agreed between the two sides in the Oslo Accords, but for many reasons, and both sides have plenty of blame to share, never really got off the ground, never really got off the pages of the documents that were signed.
It's increasingly complicated in this day and age with settlements moving into the West Bank, and also with the way that, as you mentioned, for the last, at least 15 years, Gazans have been treated.
Yeah. Yes, the settlers complicate things. Hamas sort of turning into a full-blooded terrorist organization greatly complicates things. We were hoping that some of the deals that Israel has made with other Arab countries might help. And that hope was predicated on the notion that those Arab countries might now have greater influence on Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. But that has turned out not to be the case.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that Israel has the right to defend itself and ensure that this never happens again. President Biden has also made some comments to this effect. The Secretary of State said how Israel does this matters.
Oh, yes, it absolutely matters. President Biden has also made the case that as a democratic country, rather than as a terrorist organization, Israel must be held to much, much higher standards than Hamas. It's not enough to say that, well, Hamas did this, and therefore it's okay for Israel to do that. Israel is a member of the United Nations, of the Committee of Nations, and therefore has to meet a higher bar, which is very difficult at this moment. We remember, those of us who are old enough, we remember how this country felt like after 9/11. You know, the rage and the desire for vengeance.
Eye for an eye.
An eye for an eye. And what does that do? It makes the whole world blind in the long run. And it's very hard at this moment for Israel's friends, including President Biden, to counsel peace. But that's what friends have to do. I've said this before, friends don't let friends commit war crimes.
I'm curious about your thoughts on President Biden's trip, Bobby. I was surprised to see a sitting president go into a war zone such that Israel and Gaza are right now, even if for such a short time, even though security precautions were taken. But I was also struck by the way that the Arab meetings were canceled with President Biden. What's the effect of that?
Well, it means that his trip had to be curtailed, and he went out there to achieve a few things. Some of those things were not achievable if he didn't sit across the table from the King of Jordan, the President of Egypt, and the head of the Palestinian authorities. When they backed off because of last night's bombing explosion, I should say, in the hospital in Gaza, when they backed off, the objectives that he had from that part of his trip simply went out the window. Now, it was a short trip. It was, as you say, a dramatic demonstration of America's support for Israel. He didn't come back empty-handed. He came back with an Israeli commitment for humanitarian aid to be sent into Gaza from the Egyptian side, obviously not from the Israeli side. We'll see how long the Israelis hold up their end of the bargain. We don't know we may not know everything that was said in the off-camera conversation that he had with Bibi Netanyahu. Perhaps there was a discussion about holding back Israel's ground invasion. And I imagine, and actually he has said this out in the open, that Israel should regard what the U.S. did after 9/11, as we were just saying, as a cautionary tale. Don't go in without a plan. Remember that the world's sympathy can vanish very quickly, and remember that there are civilians, ordinary human beings on both sides who are caught up in the middle of this.
Right, there are extended costs to all those moves. Indeed. Hey, you have an opinion piece out about a Hollywood release, and it's about the iconic Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, to coincide loosely, right, with the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. How is it kind of watching that and then a movie, but obviously based on real things, and then seeing what's going on currently?
It was very, very strange to see that movie. You know, I've read so much about Golda Meir and the Yom Kippur War, so it was always going to be a little odd to see that movie. But to see it happen right now, while this war is raging, and we can make an educated guess that Hamas intended that invasion to coincide with the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, just as the makers of this movie intended its release to coincide with that war. It felt very strange to be watching that, and I kept trying to imagine how much of what I was seeing was being echoed in the halls of power in Israel right now. How much was Bibi Netanyahu going through what Golda Meir did? Now, they're two very different characters. Their place in history is very different, but they are facing, in some ways, very, very difficult moments, great threats to their country, and they're very controversial characters amongst their own people.
I keep thinking of, what's past is prologue, and are we in any way learning from the past, and I don't know, are we? Especially in the Middle East, where there's so many tensions, and certainly between Israel and Palestine.
Well, I
just got 30 seconds. Forgive me. I know I do this to you all the time.
No,
it's because we always want you here for like an hour.
We always hope that we learn from the past, but we always keep forgetting it, and we keep making very, very similar mistakes. In this case, the big sort of common factor between 50 years ago and now is complacency on the intelligence front. The war in 1973 began when the Israelis had gotten very complacent about their ability to eavesdrop on the Egyptians. And what happened this time? The Israelis got very complacent about how much they knew was going on inside of Hamas.
It's unbelievable. Thank you, as always. You really give us some very deep insight into everything that's going on. Of course, Bobby Ghosh, columnist covering culture for Bloomberg Opinion, but obviously knows so much more.
Let's now get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Steve Rappaport in the Bloomberg 1130 newsroom in New York. Hey, Steve.
Hey, the House is still no closer to getting back to business after a second round of voting for a new speaker. Congressman Jim Jordan came up short again, with 22 fellow Republicans refusing to back him. Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons breaks down what may happen next if Jordan can't win.
Well, there's been a growing conversation about expanding the pro tem powers of the interim speaker, basically, Patrick McHenry. That is something, though, that would require Democratic support. And a lot of Republicans are reluctant because they might have to make concessions to Democrats in order to actually get that happen. It is not something, it seems, that largely the Republican conference wants to pursue. And yet, the longer this goes on, it may become a more likely option, given that Congress and the House has pretty pressing things to deal with, including funding for Israel, as well as trying to avoid a government shutdown after that deadline of November 17th. So we'll see if that motion is indeed filed today to expand the powers of McHenry. That's something we're going to be watching very closely in the hours ahead.
The House went into recess with no votes scheduled. President Biden went to Israel today to show America's support for the war with Hamas. The president condemned the group's unprecedented attack, noting it brings up painful memories for the people of Israel.
The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
More than 4,000 people have been killed on both sides since the conflict began. And a Georgia sheriff is expected next hour to release video of a fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop on Monday. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 3:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower. A lot to worry about if you want to worry. And now, for more, we go over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call with Bill Maloney. Bill.
Hey, and good afternoon, Denise. U.S. stocks are under pressure amid Middle East worries. The Dow currently down at 316 points. S&P's dropped 58, and NASDAQ is off by 1.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.9%. Gold is up 27. Oil is in the green, but Bitcoin is down by 0.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only energy and consumer staples were in the green. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Procter & Gamble and McDonald's, while Caterpillar fell 4.8% and led to the downside. Regarding earnings, United Airlines fell 9.8%. Morgan Stanley dropped 7.2%. And in U.S. politics, Jordan lost the House Speaker vote again. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Netflix, Alcoa, Las Vegas Sands, and Tesla. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Denise?
All right, thank you, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA as in squawk on your Bloomberg terminal. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just got about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. As you've heard, and Tim and I have been talking with the gang here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks near their lows of the session. Denise, of course, just breaking down those numbers as well. And yields holding on to some of those higher levels. Again, a spike up, although we're off some of our highs. But nonetheless, you've got a 2-year at 5.2 and a 10-year at almost 4.9. So again, we're seeing, as we talked about with Abigail, again,
so
everything
continued
around
much higher
5%.
for yields, right?
Yeah, and kind of almost a flattening, right, in terms of everything at 5% or more. So it's interesting. All right, so let's see what Dana DeOria has to say. She's co-CIO of the publicly held InvestNet. They provide platforms to the financial investing industry. Those outside financial firms have roughly $384.8 billion in assets under management. Dana with us on Zoom in Pennsylvania. Hey, Dana, nice to have you here with us. A wacky market. We talk about the volatility when it comes to yields. A lot of movement, especially on that side of things. Remind us, first of all, so that our audience understands your clients and who is using your platform. Do we have Dana? Okay, hang on, everybody. We've got a little bit of an audio problem, but we'll hopefully get to Dana in a moment. But it is an interesting, market week again. First and foremost, we just talk about geopolitics.
I can, yeah. Actually, I can hear you. I was hearing the program before. I don't hear it now.
Okay, we're still having some issues with
it. Yeah. I'm going to look at the markets, Carol.
Sure.
We're pretty much at session lows right now on the S&P 500, down 1.36%. Same with the NASDAQ composite, down 1.7%. The Dow down almost a full percentage point. Still, though, I mean, I go back to what I said earlier on the program. Although we are at the same place we were at the end of June, we're still up more than 12% on the year, the S&P 500. But again, it's the Magnificent Seven.
Yeah, who are really leading.
The gains.
Do an equal weight, and you get a very different story in terms of the overall market trade. If I look, though, individually at what's going on today specifically, you've got 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. Energy, an outperformer. If you look for market reaction in terms of what's going on over in the Middle East and concerns, we look at the energy markets and the oil markets. We have, oil climbing as Iran intensified, its rhetoric against Israel. And we have to be concerned about that. Do we start to see some impact in the energy markets? You have to watch, in particular, the channels in terms of oil and fossil fuels moving around in that region. If that becomes a problem, then you could see even a bigger spike in energy. Having said that, on the equity side, energy is your top performing major industry group in the S&P 500, up 0.6%. Consumer staples, they're up about 0.4%. But if you look at some of the more cyclically insensitive areas, consumer discretionary, industrials, materials, financials, down across the board.
Yeah, speaking of financials, Morgan Stanley sinking the most since 2020. This as profit fell on an investment bank slowdown. We also have United Airlines tumbling this afternoon. We talked about this yesterday after the close, Carol, after warning that the Israel-Hamas war and higher jet fuel costs would weigh on earnings. And then Tesla is slumping about 4.5% right now ahead of its results. We should note that Tesla is up about 98% so far this year.
Right, a little perspective, right, in terms of where it's gone. Netflix, too, down about 2.9% in today's session. So we're seeing a lot of those big tech cap names, or big cap tech names, I should say, that are seeing some pain. Netflix is up about 17% on the year. They're going to report after the close. We'll get Zion's, also we'll get Las Vegas Sands, and a few others. So we will get kind of a cross-section of things going on in the global economy and get a feel of how things are going and their outlook from those companies.
Which one are you most excited about?
You know, Netflix and Tesla. Netflix has the potential to move the markets in certainly that area.
Tesla's and it's volatile after results.
Exactly.
As Abigail was telling us.
Yeah, so I think that's certainly on my mind. Zion plays into the regional banks, and I'm curious about that. We have secured our connection with Dana Dioria, co-CIO of Envestnet, and she's with us on Zoom in Pennsylvania. I can't say it today. Dana, glad we can connect with you. Just quickly remind us about the clients that are using your platform and how that platform gives you some insight in terms of market trends and investing trends or concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. So the Envestnet platform really powers advisory clients, so the independent broker-dealer space as well as RIAs. So, you know, think of retail clients who are investors working with an advisor. We have about 107,000 advisors working on our platform. So, you know, many hundreds of thousands of clients as you know, kind of working with us. And we work with hundreds of asset managers. So, you know, our platform has a nice junction between, you know, the advisory business, the asset managers, research, et cetera.
And so based on a platform that really taps into a wide swath of the financial sector, what insight are you getting about concerns, trends, strategies at this point?
Yeah, I would say, you know, there's definitely question, you know, that has come back up, and I frankly try to quell it a bit, but, geez, you know, bonds are suffering again, and, you know, the notion that what happened to the negative correlation between stocks and bonds.
What happened to it? What did happen to Everyone wants to know.
Exactly.
You know, it's certainly the 60-40, I mean, it's you know, so ubiquitous. Everybody talks about it. It is a pretty standard operating procedure, though, for a lot of folks in this industry, and for good reason, right? It's powered a lot of people to a great retirement. And I think, you know, to the extent that bonds are suffering, I don't know that you can expect necessarily equities are hedging that. It, you know, hopefully the other way works out a little bit more. But what I do try to stress, and I think a lot of advisors do appreciate, is that we're getting income off the 40% now that we weren't for a long time. So we're in a little bit of a different environment here, right? You know, it would be one thing if they were both falling at the same time, but bonds are not returning any kind of income, no yield. We're past that, right? We're getting yield on bonds.
How long are we going? How long do you think we'll be getting yield on bonds?
Even if we pivot, it's not, you know, so, you know, the usual plateau for the Fed is maybe 6 to 8 months, right, between when they finish a tightening cycle and when, you know, they pivot to loosening. They're already telling us that, you know, it's higher for longer. And I think we have decent reason to believe that unless something dramatic happens, that's probably going to be the case, right? We keep seeing more evidence that they're going to want to keep that hold on inflation, not so much maybe by doing another rate hike, but by keeping rates in restrictive territory. So
yeah.
My anticipation is you're going to keep getting income for a while, and even when they pivot, it's not back to where it was.
Dana, just got 30 seconds left here. Your business, you know, if it's busy, maybe that's a good sign for the financial industry and a good sign for the overall economy. Are you guys busier than normal or what? And again, just got about 25 seconds.
I would say it's business as usual, right? People are still doing everything they need to do for their financial accounts coming in, you know, people retiring, all the things that go on. And, you know, definitely interest in markets and kind of a interest in not missing out on what could be continued good market activity.
All right. Appreciate some time with you. Glad we could connect. Dana Dioria, she's co-CIO of the company Envestnet. And as we mentioned, they really provide platforms to the financial industry, the investing industry, firms that have almost $385 billion in assets under management on Zoom in Pennsylvania.
Stocks taking a tick lower, down 1.9% on the NASDAQ, 1.5% on the S&P 500.
Selling there.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. We're keeping a very close eye on what's happening with the banks because banks are in the headlights. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's office is reviewing whether 10 financial companies, including Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase, are violating a Republican-backed state law that punishes firms in the state of Texas if they restrict their work with the oil and gas industry because of climate change concerns. Also, Netflix in the headlights. It's reporting earnings after the close of regular trading here in not too long from now. Bloomberg's Geeta Raghunathan telling us expectations are muted, but it's not curtains for the streaming service.
What we're seeing is that some of the initiatives that they have kind of launched over the past year or so, which is one is advertising, has not really kind of taken off in the way that they wanted it to. Password sharing crackdown, yes, it's been a success, but it's been a little bit of a double-edged sword because yes, it has reignited subscriber growth, which is good, but no, it has not kind of prompted the upside in revenue growth. And so we're seeing a lot of pressure on ARPU, or average revenue per member, and that's not necessarily good.
And Bloomberg's Geeta Raghunathan reporting their Netflix shares are down more than 2.5%. Tesla also reporting after the close, those shares are lower as well. And Starbucks and Dunkin' may be part of your morning routine, but coffee lovers like some other places too. And CSP Magazine now, Carol, ranks Quick Check as #1 in the nation for its Cup of Joe. It's a New Jersey-based convenience store. It sold more than 17 million cups of coffee last year, many of them possibly to Carol.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 4.5 minutes left in today's trading session, getting ready for some big earnings reports to come out, Netflix and Tesla among them, and just keeping a watch on the trade with just a few minutes to go here, Tim.
Yeah, I'm looking at some headlines right now, thanks to Denise Pellegrini, who we just heard from, reminding us that there's still news breaking when it comes to what's going on in the U.S. House of Representatives. The U.S. House is expected to hold the next speaker vote on Thursday.
Tick, 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 tick.
Wouldn't want to do things too soon, right?
Not like there's not any important issues out there.
You wouldn't want to, like, you know.
This piece brought to you by
work 24/7
Carol
to try
and Tim
to.
Soapbox.
You wouldn't want to work 24/7 to try to, you know, get a Speaker of the House.
They're trying. I'm sure there's a lot going on behind the scenes. That is certainly on our radar. But as I mentioned, first and foremost, we're going to check out a bunch of big earnings that are coming your way in just a few minutes. Netflix, Tesla among them, Zion's, Las Vegas Sands. What else? What am I leaving out?
Did you say Netflix and Tesla?
Only twice.
Okay. SL Green Realty, got Zion's.
Read on REITs, yeah.
Yeah. That's all I'm watching, Carol.
Yeah,
I mean, the big ones that I'm focused on are Tesla and Netflix.
Yeah, I think it'll be good. We'll probably spend a lot of time on that, breaking it down. There's been certainly a lot of news flow on Tesla specifically. There always is, and Netflix is always a big one in terms of what they are doing. Having said that, on our radar, we've got a little bit of time, and I wonder if we can just quickly get this, because this was certainly popped up. The U.S. Defense Department releasing a series of declassified images and videos highlighting the unsafe and unprofessional behavior of Chinese fighter pilots toward their American counterparts in international airspace. So we're talking about 15 incidents specifically above the East and South China seas, showing People's Liberation Army pilots coming within some 20 feet 6 meters of U.S. aircraft. And for those watching on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, you can see some of that footage that was released.
Yeah, in some instances, cutting in front of them. In one episode, a fighter jet actually performed a barrel roll under a U.S. plane, forcing the pilot to take defensive measures to prevent a collision. That's according to the U.S. Defense Department.
Listen, we talked about this yesterday. Got to keep in mind, we've seen the Chinese president, Russian president meeting. That relationship is certainly on our radar amidst everything that's going on in the Middle East. There are just lots of hot spots or warm spots around the world when it comes to geopolitics. We're trying to watch them all for you.
You know what they say, Carol?
What?
It's complicated.
Getting the T-shirts and hats printed up right now. Hey, don't go anywhere. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues. Count you down to the close. Beyond the Bell starts now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu. We're counting it down to the closing bell, and here to help take us beyond the bell. It's our global simulcast with Carol, the Rorschach Master, and Tim Stenovic. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms here. Stocks at session lows as we set up for a big day. Once we get to those bells, Netflix and Tesla set to report earnings.
Yeah, this is what it says. The Rorschach test says earnings. We got a lot coming your way. Speaking of the markets, down day across the board, it feels like. Many sectors down, but check out the bank sector. They're really taking it on the chin. I've been looking at Morgan Stanley, down about 6.5%. You've got the KBW Bank Index down about 2.5%. So really feeling some pressure there, guys.
And I'm keeping an eye on the companies that are reporting earnings. Look, we're down across the board, but Tesla down more than 4.7%. We can go ahead and round that up to 4.8%. Scarlett. Netflix down 2.7% ahead of earnings.
And I like what Katrina Dudley, Franklin Mutual Series, was just telling us, that both these companies will give us a read of the consumer, but at different ends of the spectrum, right? Because you've got a big ticket item like an electric vehicle from Tesla, and then you have the smaller day-to-day expenses like your Netflix subscription. And how investors and how consumers treat those expenses will tell us a lot about how they're going to spend on other items.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the trajectory has been pretty clear here. We've already started to see softness in consumer spending overall, but when you talk about those big ticket items that require you to either finance it, as most people do with cars and homes here, it really, really changes the dynamic. And you saw that in the mortgage data that we got this morning here. There really is no housing market right now.
Right, you want to buy a house, it's going to be pretty expensive, those mortgage costs, and so people are holding off, and that means they're not going to buy couches, tables, and all that good stuff from Maine.
All right, let's walk through the numbers real quickly as we await earnings out of Netflix and Tesla. The Dow down about 1% here on the day. The S&P down more than 1%, about 1.4%, right around that 4,300 level. The NASDAQ composite down about 1.6%, Carol.
All right, Netflix is out, guys. The company giving out its outlook, boosting some prices in the U.S., U.K., and France, sees fourth quarter EPS, so we're getting into the outlook, remain $2.15. That's 2 pennies shy of what the street is expecting, which was $2.17.
Boosting prices. I mean, a lot of people were saying, look, we came into this today where they were the only of the major streaming services that hadn't raised prices. They're boosting some prices in the U.S., U.K., and France. 8.76, though, on that paid streaming change. That's big, and I think it's funny because Netflix basically says they don't want us to pay attention to that, but of course that's what we're paying.
Sorry,
I pay attention to it. Do you pay
That's the only
attention
number
to
that
it?
people do pay attention to, Scarlett, right? When it comes to Netflix?
It absolutely is the number that everyone pays attention to, even as Netflix is trying to steer everyone's attention away from subscriber growth and really focus on maximizing profits in its various tranches of offerings. The other thing that among the other headlines that are coming out, multi-year pact with Skydance Animation. The fall-winter lineup includes a Squid Game competition show. It's really about putting out there what kind of content they can offer and therefore justifying the price increase. I mean, when your HBO Max has gone up and your Amazon Plus is going up, what else has gone up recently? Hulu, I think?
Well,
Disney Plus?
Yeah, and I do want to go back to the profitability too, because I mean, this is what Netflix said they really want investors to come on, and EPS coming in above estimates, 373, and that's a pretty big jump year over year here. But then when you look at the forecast for the fourth quarter here, there is a profitability story, meaning a greater profitability story than maybe the ones that we had been focusing on. Before we continue with Netflix, can we jump to Tesla real quick?
Let's do it.
That's crossing the wire right now. The 3Q EPS coming in at about 53 cents a share. Now, when you do that on an adjusted basis, it comes in at 66 cents a share, which is a miss. The street on an adjusted basis was looking for about 74 cents. So on a basic basis at 53, on an adjusted at 66 cents. The cash flow coming in at about $848 million. That's a big miss. The street was looking for $2.6 billion in free cash flow. Once again, it's coming in at $848 million. Overall revenue, a slight miss at $23.4 billion. The street was looking for 24.06 and a very slight miss on gross margins at 17.9%. Carol, the street was looking for 18%.
Yeah, that's a big difference, Tim.
I mean, it's interesting seeing that we're not seeing the stock move significantly post-market right now. I mean, look, these are just knee-jerk reactions. We haven't heard of the earnings call yet. But Scarlett, at the same time, given that these misses, we're just seeing the stock move fractionally in the after hours.
Well, the investors' expectations had been lowered considerably. Over the past 4 weeks, 27 out of 32 analysts cut their third quarter earnings estimates by almost 7 cents. One thing that may be helping support the stock a little bit here is the headline that Cybertruck deliveries are on track for later this year. This this is something that Elon Musk kind of
What year?
talking about.
I mean, what was the year that we saw the introduction of the
And
Cybertruck?
Scarlett, there really
This
is
year?
a Santa Claus.
Okay, I will eat my hat.
Did you
if that
hear
Why are
Romaine
you laughing
laugh?
so much, Romaine?
No reason.
Does Cybertruck deliveries, does that mean if you deliver 2 Cybertrucks, does that count as
Well,
Cybertruck
first of all, I
deliveries?
mean, I'm sure there could be a catalyst if they actually do make good on that. But the big question is, how many deliveries are there going to be?
I think
we know this is going to be, at least based on what we know now, a relatively niche product, given the cost and, should I say, the look of it?
I think it's fair to say that, but at the same time, you have to look at what's happened to Ford over the last 18 months with the initial, excitement around the F-150 Lightning, and now we're seeing just renewed interest in internal combustion engine trucks.
Can I just make one quick point, though, Terrell, too? I do think it's interesting, though. I mean, we're talking about the Cybertruck, but they are standing by their full-year production target, which is $1.8 billion. I guess the previous estimate was $1.82 million, so a slight revision downward, but that's still pretty significant here that they feel confident enough that they can maintain that production target.
All right, here's some other things in terms of on the Tesla business. Continuing to make progress on their next generation platform. They're focusing on investing in R&D, CapEx with positive cash flow. They talk about the robot currently being trained via AI for simple tasks. You know the guy that was in the white
That was the human being that was in like
that was not
exactly
a robot. It was a person.
I feel like these are all distraction headlines.
We are starting to see shares actually move lower significantly. Aftermarket, Scarlett, shares down more than 2% in the aftermarket.
Also talking a little bit about cost reduction, implemented upgrades in the third quarter to enable unit cost reduction. So that's obviously something that's on the
Well,
mind
yeah,
as
that's
well.
a big question because it's all about the profit margin here for Tesla. I mean, if it's going to continue to be valued as a tech company, it has to maintain those profit margins. Otherwise, it will be valued as an auto company, and by that measure, it's way overvalued.
Yeah, certainly so here, and I'm sure they would make the argument that when you look at all the AI stuff, the solar stuff, and other things that are baked into Tesla, that's the reason for the premium. I don't necessarily know everyone agrees with that, but that's the argument they make. I guess the question, though, too, is sort of what's the growth story, right? If you're talking about 1.8 million production vehicles this year, maybe they get the Cybertruck, but they're not really talking about any refresh of some of the other models as well. So that has to raise some questions about what the growth looks like heading into 2024.
They do
AI
say
training computer.
and they do say they're continuing to make progress on the next generation platform, right? So I don't know if that plays into the car, but there has been, right, a lot of criticism that they haven't done an upgrade, come out with some new models, which is very typical in the auto industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think one other thing to think about with Tesla is the way that the company wants to, create the subscriptions as a service and to, create self-driving features that cost a significant amount of money each year in order for people to subscribe to them. So once you buy a car, you're still paying Tesla throughout the duration of that.
I wonder if there's concern that perhaps Elon Musk is a little distracted, and I know we talk about this a lot with Twitter turned X, and whether that influences the way the market looks at how he's moving forward with Tesla.
Yeah. Can we just take a break a little bit from from this? Let's just go to SL Green for a little bit. I'm just curious, just to kind of get a read on what's going on with the office REITs. No real change in the shares, but the earnings are out, and we should point out that their free cash flow from operations coming in pretty much on the nose, right around $87.7 million and $1.27 on a per share basis. So they're pretty much coming in line with what the street was looking for. We should point out, though, that total revenue, though, did miss at $173 million. The street was looking for roughly $191 million.
All right, I'm watching what's going on with Las Vegas Sands. Third quarter net revenue coming in just above estimates at $2.8 billion versus $2.7 the estimates. The company's showing that third quarter adjusted EPS continued operations matches estimates. Shares bouncing around a little bit in the after hours, but higher now by 2.6%. Here's the headline, though. Las Vegas Sands authorizing $2 billion in stock repurchase through the year 2025.
And just quickly, can I just mention Lam Research, right? I love the semiconductor area. This is a stock that's been on a tear up more than 50% this year. It looks like that they're also coming out with their results. First quarter revenue, $3.48 billion. That's a little bit better, Scarlett, than what was forecast, $3.42. First quarter adjusted EPS, $6.85 a share. The estimate was for $6.11 a share, but I'm not seeing anything in terms of movement in the after hours, which is kind of interesting. But as I said, the stock's up more than 50% year to date.
Yeah, so maybe a lot of that has already been priced in. As we look ahead to the earnings calls and what the different companies say to investors, one thing that'll be interesting, especially with Tesla, is their new CFO will be helming that call, right? The steady hand that Zach Kirkhorn provided earlier on is gone. You've got someone who's familiar with working with Elon Musk, but maybe not necessarily communicating all of that to investors, doing the heavy lifting.
Cybertruck deliveries beginning in November 2023. Mark your calendar, everybody.
I know Romaine's you already pre-ordered yours, right, Romaine?
No, I'm not going.
Where would you park that?
guy.
Where would you park that in Manhattan? That's the question.
I don't know.
All right,
There's a guy on my block who's got 2 Hummers, and I don't know.
You have a
Everyone
guy?
hates
You
him.
have a guy?
Is it Arnold?
I don't even know. I don't know. He's got guys taking up like 4 spaces.
All right.
This is Manhattan. That's you know how much a 1 parking space is worth in this city?
$500,
It's like
$600. I don't know.
That's a retirement
A month.
plan.
I'm going to do a quick thing on a regional. Zion's out in the aftermarket. This is obviously a regional bank based in Utah. Third quarter total loans and leases, $56.89 billion. That's a little bit better than what was forecast, $56.16. But let's go to total deposits. A little bit light, $75.4 billion. The estimate was for $76.51 billion. Net interest margin, 2.93%. That was spot on in terms of what the street was expecting. Third quarter EPS, $1.13, 2 cents better than what the street was forecasting. And you can see this stock, though, unchanged in the aftermarket. So just a little bit of a insight into regionals there, which have been under pressure as we know. Where should we go, guys?
Shares of Netflix are surging.
Oh, is that
our
it?
separate ways.
Oh, we're done?
Yeah, Carol.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I mean,
we're going to do some more with Netflix and Tesla on
I
our
know
show.
you guys are too. All right. Well, that was fun. All over the place. Earnings. That's a wrap for our cross-platform coverage. Radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals, guys. We're going to continue, of course, earnings coverage in radio and on TV. But we will see you as a group tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're going to stay with Netflix as we promised because we are seeing the stock move in the after hours.
10%, Carol.
Well, as Abigail?
Yeah, she did say that it tends to move significantly to the upside or the downside. This after the company posted a big beat when it comes to third quarter subscribers. The company also saying that it's, quote, very optimistic about the long run ads opportunity, which I know our next guest is going to be looking at very closely.
Subscribers and adding, upping some prices in some territories.
Hey,
that's a strong model.
All at a time when all at a time when the writers and actors strike has been happening, which Netflix makes a nod to. We should note that we're not seeing the effects of that when it comes to content yet, because that content, hasn't, it's been only 6 months. Exactly.
All right, so let's get to it with Dan Morgan, Senior Portfolio Manager at Synovus Trust. He's been going through the numbers just like we have in real time. He's on the phone in Atlanta. Dan, always good to have you here. Subscriptions, can we talk about that? Can we talk about boosting some prices? Is that the big deal?
Hi, Carol. Hi, Tim. Yeah, it looks like, as you mentioned before, a very strong number in regards to the third quarter actual versus estimates. The only thing I'm kind of scratching my head on is this guidance going into the fourth quarter.
What's puzzling to you?
Well, revenues, I think they came in at $8.69 billion. I had $8.77 billion, and they're pretty much in line or slightly below in terms of EPS. In terms of the guide for the upcoming fourth quarter.
Right.
So you're seeing the guide as too light given the subscriber gain?
A little bit. And you would expect, guys, the estimate was what, 6.2 million, and they did 8.76 million on the third quarter. So you kind of wonder if you get some overflow going into the fourth quarter, we'd feel a little bit more confident in regards to your guide for revenues and EPS. Maybe this just is something management is doing to kind of set the stage for what could be potentially a large beat for the fourth quarter, because obviously the blue numbers, at least on EPS, on the third quarter.
That's a great point. Third quarter streaming paid net change up 8.76 million. The estimate was 6.2 million. So you're talking about 2.5 million more. And then they come out with a fourth quarter EPS of 2.15, 2 pennies shy of what the street was expecting.
So why the delta there?
Tim, it's kind of interesting because we know that the model for Netflix is really changing, right, guys? We used to think of them as a huge growth at all costs, right? Add as many subscribers as you can. Don't worry about the content costs. Just keep bringing on the subscribers. And that all kind of peaked out during the COVID period. And now things have changed because the growth drivers going forward for Netflix are really going to be about converting, shared password users into paid users, right? This new ad support model, which only has about 10 to 11 million subscribers. It's not a huge amount. You got to bear in mind they did, 247 million total paid members at the end of this quarter. So it's a very small portion. And then they're talking about after the actor strike, as you might mentioned before, that they may increase prices. So the whole model has really changed, right? And what that has led to is that average revenue per user is slowly falling. It's a little over $11.
That's interesting.
I think, Tim, that may be one of the reasons why we saw such a huge jump in number of subscribers, such a huge beat in the third quarter, but then we're not seeing that really reflected in the guidance going into the fourth quarter in terms of sales and earnings per share.
Well, I should note another big headline crossing is that Netflix will boost some prices in the U.S., UK, and France. Here's what they said in their letter to investors. In the U.S., our ads and our standard plans, which are $6.99 and $15.49 respectively, will stay the same. Well, basic will now be $11.99, and premium, Carol, premium Netflix, $22.99 a month.
So that's real money.
That is real money. You know, it's for years Netflix kept its prices the same, and now it feels like it's increasing prices frequently.
Dan, can they get away with it? Is that a big mover on the balance sheet, that premium?
I think so, Carol. I mean, like just on this last quarter, they did 1.75 million in the U.S. That's one of their most wealthiest subscriber bases, right? They generate more average revenue per user from there. These are rather significant. I mean, when they rolled out basic with ads, almost a year ago or within the last 6 to 12 months, they're at $6.99 a month. Tim, you just mentioned they're going to $11.99 a month, and then a premium service at $22.99 a month. So, I hate to say it, I'm a Netflix subscriber. I don't pay attention as much as I should, probably, and they debit my account every month. And I think that's
just how they like it.
Banking on. Yeah, they're kind of banking like, okay, $5 to $10. Are people really going to leave over that amount? I'm sure there will be a portion that will, but I don't know about you guys, but I'm not watching it every month, and they'll probably end up getting away with it, at least in my account.
It's so
same
true.
with me.
It's so true of our world. I think about that with the Easy Pass or like tolls. Like, and it's not until every once in a while I
Unfortunately, you
look
said
at
it
the
and
bill.
forget it. But the difference between this and other services, Carol, is Netflix is so easy to quit and so easy to subscribe to. From the beginning, they've wanted to make that seamless.
Yeah.
You can just call Netflix and pause your subscription so easily.
How often do folks do that, Dan? Do they pause their subscriptions?
We don't have any numbers that have come out or anything released directly by Netflix, but that's an interesting point. I know other services do that also. You could be not wanting to use it for a period of time because you're going to focus on some other things in your life opposed to watching all these different series and so forth, or maybe you're going to go out of the country. They don't really give us those statistics or numbers and what that impact is, but it would be interesting to see how many people actually do that.
All right, so Netflix shares up 9.4% in the aftermarket. We talked about the big jump in third quarter subscriber additions, way topping estimates, boosting some prices in the U.S., UK, and France. So what's top of mind on the analyst call for Netflix for you?
Well, obviously, another thing, Carol, that came out on this call was a huge jump in free cash flow, right? They had originally projected $5.2 billion. They now have upped that to $6.5 billion. You guys talked about the fact that, they are coming off the writer's strike, but we still have the actor's strike. And we know that content has been muted, right, in terms of cost because they haven't had full throttle in terms of their ability to create it. So I think one of the things people are going to focus on the conference call is, once this actor's strike gives up and we can start to free up, what can we expect in terms of the amount of money they're going to be committing towards content? And obviously this price increase has been looming out there. How will that impact going forward? So I think those are going to be some of the big issues, Carol and Tim, that are going to come up on the conference call.
I think a big question that I would have is, okay, Netflix has cracked down on password sharing. It certainly affected my universe. Let's just say that, and we'll leave it at that. How many of the people who can no longer log into their parents' Netflix account are buying their own?
That's a good question, Tim, because some of the things that have been coming out with this crackdown is that Netflix has been pretty liberal about moving forward with it, right? They haven't really, like you said, all of a sudden you go on and you're not on anymore, right? They're trying to coax these people to sign up and be legitimate payers. So that's a good point, and that is that, are they going to be a little bit more, tougher on these people and really just say, look, that's it. You've been doing this forever for free. We're going to cut you down and you're going to have to subscribe. So that's another interesting element to the growth story going forward, how quickly they kind of crack down on these people. So far, they've really been pretty lackadaisical about it. It hasn't been as nearly as strong as a lot of analysts would like to see.
Well, it'll be interesting, too, speaking of the growth story for Netflix. They're hosting their first live sports event in Las Vegas. That's on November 14th. So they, like everybody else, getting into the sports business increasingly and the live sports business as well. All right, Dan Morgan, you rock. Senior Portfolio Manager at Synovus Trust, with us on the phone from Atlanta. Netflix shares up 9%.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. We got a lot going on here. Netflix shares up about 6% now in the after-hours session. Company reporting more additional subscribers in the last quarter. It is being called, guys, the best subscriber growth in years. Netflix also saying it plans to raise prices for customers here in the U.S. and a couple other countries. Tesla shares up fractionally in the after hours as well. Tesla reporting worse than expected third quarter earnings after price cuts and softer sales, but it is reaffirming 1.8 million vehicles for the year. That's what they said in early October. Las Vegas Sands shares, they're higher, better by 4%. LVS reporting a revenue beat and authorizing a $2 billion stock buyback program. And we did have a lower close close for stocks. Concern about the Middle East among the concerns. The Dow down just about 1%, down 333 points. The S&P 500 closing more than 1.3% lower, down 59. The NASDAQ down 1.6%, down 219 points. Yield on the 10-year today getting a lot of attention, 4.9%, what we're seeing right about now. That is the highest since 2007. Spot gold and NYMEX crude also closed lower. I just want to leave on this note, Costco announcing Craig Jelinek is confirming his intention to step down. The stock is lower on this. That'll be effective January 1st. And the board electing Ron Vacris, president and COO, as the new president and CEO. You remember Jelinek, guys, has been a big believer in those low prices on those chicken roasters that are pretty much almost for free. There's such a good bargain there. He said that's a great way to get people in the stores.
Yeah,
but
I was just going to say, Denise, it's how they get you in there.
Yeah, but the question is the new guy going to keep this, or what's going to happen to our lifestyle here?
That's a good question. Could all come undone because the chickens are more expensive. All right, Denise Pellegrini, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, folks, a lot of earnings. We mentioned Netflix. It is soaring in the aftermarket. It's up more than 11%, a big beat in terms of subscribers for the current quarter. Yes.
The Tesla story, not so much.
No, I'm just looking at the stock right now. It is just up about 0.7%. So kind of a meh reaction, if you will. There's some concerns about the gross margin miss.
Yeah.
And there's, of course, the delivery slowing down.
It was a miss across the board for Netflix.
They did talk about the Cybertruck deliveries coming November 30th. They're coming.
That's what they want us talking about. But let's go through some of these numbers because you highlighted a couple important ones. Gross margin coming in below estimates at 17.9%, so just shy of those estimates of 18%. Third quarter revenue, Carol, coming in at $23.4 billion versus estimates of $24.06 billion, so a miss there. And then also adjusted EPS, a miss there. Analysts want to see 74% according to the Bloomberg consensus, but Tesla reporting 66 cents.
Third quarter free cash flow, that was a big miss, $848 million versus an estimate of $2.59 billion. As we mentioned, stock little changed in the aftermarket, but it's been on quite a tear this year.
So one thing that's surprising to me, and I want to get to our next guest, we got Bloomberg News equity markets reporter Esha Day here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We also got Bloomberg Intelligence senior autos analyst Kevin Tynan from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Esha, you cover the stock story of this, and I said this on air when we were with our TV team when these numbers crossed. Why don't we see this stock moving more after misses across the board?
Say the big reason that the margins missed is because of those price cuts, right? And the price cuts have been so widely telegraphed. Like, people knew that the margins are going to take a hit. Whenever I was talking to investors, mostly buy side here was coming in expecting that the margins are going to miss.
It was a slight miss, though, to be fair. Gross margin 17.9%.
But expectations were low.
And that's my point. They've already been reined in. The point is, everybody reined them in, and then it was still a miss?
It's still a miss, and it was still expected to be a miss by investors. So, I mean, I'm talking about this kind of a slight disconnect that was there between the buy-side investors and sell-side. That's one part of it. The stock also went down like 4.7% or 4.8% today, right? So some of that, we're seeing some of that coming back. There was a lot of fear about how the margins will do, and it seems like, okay, fine. It's like the big number is a 1-2% miss, but maybe people were expecting a much bigger hit. We must realize that, even though prices were cut, battery raw material costs were also coming down. So no one really knew how much of a miss it would be. And seems like, so far, market thinks it's not that bad.
I just want to understand what you're saying. Even though prices were being, Tesla was cutting prices, the cost to produce the vehicles has gone down as a result of raw materials falling.
Yes, because battery raw material prices, and I'm sure Kevin can weigh in on this as well, were soaring last year, as we all know, and that has been absolutely falling off a cliff this year. So that's helped a bit, not fully, which is why we are seeing this kind of margin getting eroded. But I mean, that's a push and pull that investors are thinking about.
Yeah, it's interesting, like what ultimately moves this company. Margin's obviously so important, especially against the backdrop that it has been cutting prices. I was actually in an Uber that was a Tesla.
Was this in LA?
It was in LA.
Every car I took in LA was an EV.
But the guy who was driving it, who actually owns a trucking company, we had a whole long conversations about the dynamics, business dynamics and demand. That's what I do when I'm in an Uber. But he was fascinating. But he was making a sale for an Uber. He's like, haven't you seen with the price cuts? And then you get the credits. He's like, you can get, their base model for something like $36,000 or $35,000. that actually, if you think about the general cost of,
Were you in a Model 3?
I guess it was at the base level.
Yeah, the base one.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty affordable for a lot of Americans.
Absolutely, yeah. So, and that's something that people, point out to me whenever I'm talking to them, that, we are talking so much about the price cuts, but we were also making a lot of noise when Musk came out and said, we will make a $35,000 EV, which the Model 3 never really was. But now, with all the price cuts, we're getting real close to that number,
And
right?
I was doing the same thing when I was in LA, Carol, when we were in an Ubers together.
Uber green.
Yeah, and I was having the same conversations. I talked to somebody who had actually bought a Tesla with 30,000 miles already on it. He drives it all day. He goes to a supercharger at night and charges it for an hour. And he says he just sits there and watches YouTube videos while it's charging. And he actually was really happy with the car and really happy with the self-driving features on the car, which was a little scary to me because he told me he could just drive without, driving.
It's interesting. I mean, I talk to investors for my coverage all the time, but I also do like these conversations and I hear the same.
Hey, listen, I want to bring in Kevin Tynan, who's sitting by patiently, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Autos Analyst. Kevin, take it away. You see this report on Tesla stocks little higher in the aftermarket.
Yeah, looking on gross margins, those are automaker gross margins, but you also have to remember there's regulatory credit sales. They also bring in deferred full self-driving revenue from the balance sheet there. So you really have to kind of go through line by line, and which is why I think you don't see the stock react immediately after the earnings release. It's probably more during the overnight and into tomorrow, where analysts have really had a chance to go through and decode some of the things that are in there.
Is there a headline that you are focusing on here as it comes across the Bloomberg? Of course, we always go to the red headlines, the sticky third quarter adjusted EPS, 66 versus 74 was expected. But there's so many moving parts when it comes to Tesla. Is there a headline that you right now, given more time, you might focus somewhere else, but that are focusing on right now?
And even, how they direct the eye to the gross margin, you got to remember, too, that they cut production by 49,000 units and outsold production by 4,500, right? So you have 4,500 vehicles that were booked as revenue in this quarter, but the costs were in the previous quarter, right? So there's a little gross margin bump as well. But the thing to me is that would be concerning if I were a bull would be that, we hear all the time, right? Tesla has no competition. They dominate, they're embarrassing every other automaker, and then at the same time, now you have real demand concerns, right? So this isn't about competition or competitors coming out with really good products that are taking share from Tesla. This is still a company that has that market or that segment or that niche to itself, because other automakers can't be profitable there and don't want to do it, and now you still have demand concerns. So to me, that's what would concern me if I were bullish on this stock.
Hey, Kevin, yesterday we had a great chat about the demand issues when it came to the Ford F-150 Lightning. Headline here is that Tesla Cybertruck deliveries are scheduled to begin on November 30th. Is this a distraction? Should we care about this? I mean, is Tesla actually going to sell a lot of these things?
Well, so they miss a target, the 1.8
surprise.
Yeah, right. So, but look, I think this is one product that is probably more dangerous than any other. There was a lot of copy and paste from Model 3 to Model Y, and this is clean sheet in terms of production. So this launch is going to be way more expensive.
When you say dangerous, I think of getting hit by one of these. That's certainly dangerous. What are you talking about when you say dangerous?
In terms of absorbing the launch costs, right? Is that this is going to be expensive to produce, at least in the initial ramp. And if demand isn't what it appears to be, and I had published something on this last week that says, look, in that full-size pickup segment, including F-150 Lightning's less than 1% of that segment, and it has no competition, right? It's the only full-size pickup truck that's electric, and it's still less than 1% of what those buyers want. So to think that Cybertruck comes into the full-size pickup space and then takes market share, it's not going to come from those buyers. It might come from other Tesla buyers, but it's not going to be a Ford driver or a Chevrolet driver or even a Ram driver.
Kevin, really quickly, 25 seconds. EV sales, are they peaking? I thought we were hitting a tipping point where all of a sudden we were going to see more, just very quickly.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that there's really no competition. So have we been sold a bill of goods on the scope and scale of EV demand to this point where it's not all it's supposed to be? Maybe in China it is, but Europe and the U.S., there's still big questions.
All right, guys, listen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Autos Analyst Kevin Tynan will look for his research on this on the Bloomberg from BI headquarters in Princeton. And, of course, our Bloomberg News equity markets reporter, Ashley Day, here in studio. Shares of Tesla now up about 1.3%, Tim.
Well, let's get a check of world and national news. We got Steve Rappaport in for Nancy Lyons. Hey, Steve.
Thanks, Tim. The second time wasn't the charm for House Republican Jim Jordan.
No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected.
Jordan falling short again in his quest to become speaker. After the vote, GOP Congressman Mike Lawler said the only way forward he sees for the conference is to place the current speaker pro tempore into temporary power.
We have to get back to governing. And so I think it is imperative that we put forth a resolution to empower Patrick McHenry to serve as the temporary speaker for the time being, with all the authority that comes with serving as speaker.
Mike Lawler was one of 22 Republicans to vote against Jordan. The U.S. sanctions members of Hamas in response to the group's surprise attack on Israel that left more than 1,400 people dead. Bloomberg's Ann Cates reports.
The Treasury Department is targeting 6 individuals accused of running an investment portfolio worth hundreds of millions of dollars, using front companies to disguise its activities and generate revenue to support senior Hamas officials. The U.S. also sanctioned 2 top members of Hamas leadership and a virtual currency exchange based in Gaza, which allows a terrorist organization to raise money independently of the support it gets from Iran. The U.S. has also been urging all countries involved in the financial network to go after people promoting terrorism in the region. In Washington, Ann Cates, Bloomberg Radio.
The prime suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway says he beat her to death after she refused his advances. Joran Vandersloot made the admission in a hearing in which he pled guilty to extorting Holloway's mother. The 18-year-old vanished during a high school graduation trip in 2005. A judge declared her legally dead 7 years later. Vandersloot was never charged in that death. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 4:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. We have a huge amount of headlines coming in, including Devon Energy said to mull M&A options with Marathon and Crown Rock. That could be a huge deal. We'll let you know what happens there. Netflix shares, they're up about 9% right now in the after-hours trade. The company reporting more additional subscribers in the last quarter. It is being called the best subscriber growth in years. Netflix also saying it plans to raise prices, though, for some of us here in the U.S. and also a couple other countries as well. Tesla shares, they're up more than 2% right now in the after-hours. Tesla's Cybertruck deliveries scheduled to begin November 30th. That could be why the shares are higher. Tesla did report worse than expected third quarter earnings after all the price cuts and softer sales we've been talking about. But Tesla did also reaffirm 1.8 million vehicles for the year, so that could be reassuring. And Las Vegas Sands shares, they're higher, better by 4% after reporting their results and authorizing a stock buyback program. Investors are also watching all the political instability. We did close lower on the day. Nicholas Colas, co-founder DataTrek Research, says the Mideast war could tilt the Fed in the wrong direction at the next meeting in November.
It should be on the table, but I doubt the Federal Reserve is going to want to raise rates during heightened geopolitical tension. Okay. It's just not its track record. So I think they're going to lay off, but the market's saying maybe that's a mistake.
And Colas there on the Surveillance podcast. The Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all did close lower. The NASDAQ, the worst of all in percentage terms, down 1.6%. The yield on the 10-year getting a lot of attention, 4.91% right now, guys. Spot Gold and NYMEX Crude, they both closed lower. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Who doesn't love their mom?
Come on. Mom's the best.
Moms are the best. As a mom, I can say that.
Love my mom. I'm married to a mom.
Great moms.
Yeah, moms rule.
All right, well, and it'll make sense in a moment because we wanted to talk a little bit about, finding a job right now in many ways, right, Tim, has never been easier. If you look at some of the data, unemployment is low. Most recent job openings and labor turnover survey, we're talking about JOLTS, show that there are some 9.6 million job vacancies. So we talk about a hot labor market, and those data points point to that.
Yeah, but whenever I talk about JOLTS, people push back on Twitter they say, are you going to move, to Maine to work in a restaurant? Like, that's what they say to me. And I'm like, okay, fine. And that brings me to my next point, which is finding the right job for where you are in terms of life stages can actually prove to be a challenge. And maybe the right job at the moment is a freelance one that gives someone the flexibility of real work-life balance.
Anybody in media knows about freelance. We've all done it at some point in our life. Anyway, this is where, though, on a bigger, broader scale, the Mom Project comes in. It's an online talent marketplace that matches women, and in particular moms, with companies that, in the Mom Project's words, that are committed to designing and supporting a better workplace. So we knew we wanted to talk to the head of this organization. The group, by the way, counts Serena Williams as a strategic partner. Allison Robinson is the founder and CEO of the Mom Project, and she is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Welcome. You're no stranger to the Bloomberg world. I know you mentioned about talking with Scarlett Fu in the past and other members of the Bloomberg News team here. But for those in our audience in the Business Week world who might not be familiar, tell us a little bit more about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so thank you first so much for having me back. It's great to be here. So at the Mom Project, we are all about unlocking economic opportunity for moms. As you mentioned, moms are amazing, and so it's really our honor to help her connect with opportunities that will really fulfill her personally and for her family.
Why something special for moms, and what kind of connecting are you guys doing?
Yeah, why moms? I mean, I think so. Previously to becoming an entrepreneur, I spent my career at P&G on the Pampers brand, and in that experience really spent so many time in households with moms and just saw their strength and their resilience. And I felt like it was, when it came to the job market, a really underserved segment. And when we talk about kind of the size of this, I mean, consider 86% of women in the U.S. will be moms by age 44. So as a company, kind of thinking about workforce strategy, if you're not thinking about moms, you're not thinking about, the majority of women in the workforce. So we're really proud. We know that this was a really underserved market, and so have really built the Mom Project designed with the unique needs of mothers in mind.
When you had your child in 2015, did you use Pampers?
Of course I did. That was, no question.
I mean, after working at P&G.
Yes, and I still do. I have my third child. End of 2021, and we are still
even though you don't
Pampers.
work there anymore.
I'm still very brand
yeah,
loyal.
It's funny. We're a Pampers family as well, and it's
Cruisers
like the
or
brand,
Swaddlers?
Pampers Pure.
Okay.
Yeah, the brand loyalty. The brand loyalty with this stuff is crazy. Whether you're talking about moms or dads, I mean,
diapers and wipes, man. You go one direction or the other.
Exactly.
Sometimes they're different brands or different companies.
Colgate,
I don't want to. Yeah.
Very divisive.
I mean, we're talking like classic CPG stuff right now. Like this is what they talk about for hours in Cincinnati.
Exactly. I'm from Cincinnati.
So help me here, because I have like a beef of when we start like dividing people into groups to help them, whether it's diversity at companies, because at some point I think about the best thing about diversity is mixing and mingling.
So you're saying, Carol, like what about the dads?
Like what about?
Is that what you're saying?
What about the other partners? But I just tell us like what is it specifically that moms need in terms of tapping the workplace that maybe other individuals don't?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will mention we are an equal opportunity platform. So while so many moms identify, we're more broad than that. We really welcome anyone that identifies with our mission. You know, we see time and time again what moms need is flexibility. They need respect. And those kind of head and shoulders above all else. So they're really coming to the Mom Project looking for companies that get it, where they don't have to have awkward conversations about maybe, you know, picking their kids up from school at 3 and then plugging back in. And they love that by working with the Mom Project and the companies, they inherently kind of get that. And so that feels really good to our moms, and they feel seen. And certainly an emphasis on flexibility. We know that the workforce is changing rapidly. And so whether it's looking for remote work, part-time work, freelance, or to start your own thing,
interesting.
We're excited to really have kind of diverse opportunities that will meet her where she is and her needs for flexibility.
So talk to me a little bit about the platform, because since it is a marketplace platform, there's two sides that you're serving. One side is you're serving the moms, the other side is you're serving the companies. And if you go to the website, it talks about a big part of it is for employers, matching employers with the right candidates. Who are the companies that you signed up, and how do you convince them that this is the right way for their employees to work for them?
Yeah, so we have about 1.5 million moms, dads, and allies on the platform that we're connecting with, as you said, our customers. We've seen a lot of success both in large enterprise, so big blue chip brands who are coming to us to hire both project-based needs as well as full-time. And then we have a really healthy and growing segment of small businesses. So think of maybe a company that's got 5 employees, just really getting started, coming to the platform. Maybe they need a part-time social media manager or a fractional CFO.
Allison, how much of it is part-time work, fractional work, project-based work?
Yeah, I would say it's
how much is hybrid?
It's about 60% project-based, but you know, it can be a great sort of foray into a bigger company. Maybe you start on a project, and then we see a lot of our moms love it there, and then they can convert into full-time employment. And often, people think project-based work, gig work, which is something that we're excited to offer more of through Self-Made, but a lot of kind of the corporate project-based work tends to be kind of more 30 to 40-hour roles, 6-9 months, so longer term in nature.
Serena Williams, strategic partner, she has talked openly, right, about being a mom and then, you know, being a professional player. It's not always easy, the struggles. I'm just curious, conversations you may have had with her or advice she has given in terms of how you guys approach what you're doing.
She's just so incredible. I mean, you think, as a founder, about people that sort of embody the values that you hope to bring into the world. And for us, she is that. She shows the strength of motherhood. I remember a conversation with her husband talking about when they found out she was expecting. Yeah. And kind of, was it at Wimbledon or the French Open, and just kind of like that strength that it unlocked for her. And I just think that she is just such a beautiful example of what it can mean to take on a new act and, in investing and just being so authentic. I think moms are just, we all know that motherhood is really messy. It's really hard. And she's one of those real, very relatable examples.
Yeah, she's amazing. And he is always so supportive, on LinkedIn.
He's really good on talking about parental leave, too, especially for dads.
He's a huge advocate of paid family leave, which is just something that is so, so critical.
Well, good to catch up with you. Good luck with everything. Allison Robinson, founder and CEO of the Mom Project, joining us here in our Interactive Broker studio. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Denise Pellegrini. We have a possible deal in the oil patch. Devon Energy is studying major acquisition targets. It's seeking to gain scale in U.S. shale, according to people familiar with the matter. And those options could include Marathon or Crown Rock. Netflix shares surging. Company reporting more subscribers, more new sign-ons than expected, and also saying it plans to raise prices. Tesla shares up. The Tesla Cybertruck delivery is scheduled to begin on November 30th. Las Vegas Sands shares, those are also higher after reporting better than expected results and a stock buyback plan. Chances are you've been paying a lot more for childcare, but that doesn't mean companies in the business are all making money hand over fist. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow explains.
Childcare prices have risen at a breakneck clip in the U.S. The Bank of America Institute says average monthly payments for childcare in September were 32% higher than the 2019 annual average. Since 1990, childcare prices have risen faster than prices for essentials like housing, transportation, and groceries. And costs are set to climb even higher. An estimated 70,000 centers are likely to close now that $24 billion in government aid that kept the centers open during the pandemic has dried up. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you, Karen. And when you think of a Jeep as a $100,000 vehicle, Well, probably not, but maybe you should because the brand is pushing heavier into luxury, according to Bloomberg Businessweek. But apparently that's also alienating core customers, the ones who have been keeping Jeep on the road for decades. Those are some of the company stories we're following. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
We're going to talk more about that Jeep in just a moment.
Yeah, it's Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenivek. Let's now get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Steve Rappaport right here in the Bloomberg 1130 newsroom in New York. Hey, Steve.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden visited Israel today to reaffirm America's support for its war with Hamas.
You're not alone. You are not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone.
The president was to attend a summit in Jordan with Middle East leaders, but Jordan pulled the plug after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza killed hundreds of people. Israel and Hamas are trading blame for the blast. Voting for the next Speaker of the House heads for a third round after Congressman Jim Jordan came up short again. 22 Republicans refused to back their colleague. Some worry he's too extreme to lead. Ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy received 5 votes. All Democrats voted for Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The prime suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway says he killed her. More from Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Joran Vandersloot says he beat Holloway to death and pushed her body into the sea after the 18-year-old rejected his advances. Vandersloot admitted his culpability during a hearing where he pled guilty to extorting Holloway's mother. A judge declared her legally dead 7 years later. Vandersloot apologized in court to Holloway's family and his own, saying he's no longer the person he was back then. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
Vandersloot is already serving a 28-year sentence for murdering a woman in Peru. Former UFC champion Conor McGregor will not face sexual assault charges following an investigation of allegations that surfaced during the NBA Finals in Miami last year. A woman claimed McGregor assaulted her in an arena bathroom during Game 4 of the series. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Steve Rappaport. This is Bloomberg. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you so much, Steve, for that update. Really do appreciate it. Tim Stenivek and Carol Massar, we're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Carol, I've been pushing to do this story all day.
Which one?
Childcare.
I know
We heard Denise talking about it.
Because it costs nothing, right?
Yeah, having kids.
Sarcasm alert.
Do you know what you could afford if you didn't have kids?
A lot.
Yeah.
Car.
I mean, not a Jeep, but a car.
Not a Jeep.
That's a deep tease for later.
Listen, they were just talking about it, and Karen Moscow, as well as Denise, talking about it. Childcare prices rising at a breakneck clip in the U.S. So we're talking about hitting $45,000 as U.S. prices rise 32% in 4 years. I read the story and I thought, what is this? Is this like sending someone to college? Like in terms of the trajectory of the increase in the cost?
Yeah, since 1990, childcare prices have risen faster than prices for essentials like housing, transportation, and groceries. In recent years, low pay for staff, high demand, and rising costs have strained the supply of spots. In New York City, the average price of infant care, $45,490 a year. That's according to care.com. You know what's interesting?
What?
It's high everywhere. That New York City stat of $45,000 is getting a headline, but the national average is still $39,270.
That's a lot of money.
That's so much money.
So $40,000 a year. So you're talking, what, about
$70,000 a year in order to have a kid?